Good afternoon, sir. Hi everyone.
Welcome, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. Good to see you guys here today. Okay, Abib was saying something. I hope we are all good. Um, okay. Probably will attend to that. Kindly remind me on the suggestion, please, Abib. We've waited for others to join us, and I think if the class is very important to them, they should be here. But I think that probably they have other pressing um, things to attend to. That's why they are still unable to join us. But let us get started. But I'm just afraid that when we move forward, I do not really like going back to revisit what I've said. It might not be in full. I might not say the way it's supposed to be. But let's get started. So I hope that yesterday assignment was clear enough for all of us. So today we'll be looking at the day two, which if we could remember based on what we sent out earlier, so also included in the mail. So day two, we'll be looking at understanding project life cycle, project and its life cycle. It's not something complex, but it's just something that we already are aware of. But we are just putting it in probably in phases and also probably hearing the definition, the proper definition of a project. So as well, we'll be looking at business change life cycle, how someone that is working in a change management department will be taking things and be effecting change in a typical organization, be it for profit or non for profit, be it people's change, system change, business change, or whatever the change that could be. As well, we'll be looking at software development life cycle. We won't be going deeper, but we'll be solidifying our discussion. I'll be referencing our discussion to some videos, and some of these videos are already in our YouTube channel. So probably at the end of the lecture, you can quickly just visit the YouTube channel and watch this video in order to guide you proper. As well, we'll be looking at agile methodology in project management. Although agile methodology in project delivery rather is actually agile methodology is actually a course on its own, because you can call yourself an agile business analyst, not a technical business analyst only. So agile is just a way to deliver a project. So it's a course on its own, but we'll be paraphrasing it and we'll be also citing referencing to some video courses. While our last stop will be on business process modeling techniques, and I think that one will take much of our time because it's actually complex and it's very vast, and that's where our assignment is going to come from. So having gone down through what we'll be covering in today's class, and we have limited time, so we are looking to finish this class today on or before 5. So let's get started and run. Can you hear me, Abib, now? Please unmute. Oh, okay, fine. Oh, okay, that's fine. So So let me get started with the project. So this is week 2. It's supposed to be weekly lessons, but this is day 2 or session 2 or whatever you can call it. So today we'll be covering what I just run through now. So this session, the aim of this session is just it will set the foundation knowledge for you as a business analyst in understanding of project life cycle and delivery methodology, and as well as the way you can model a process or you can model a business activities. So now, okay, before I move to that, I just want to ask a question that I want us to respond and as soon as possible. So what do we understand by project? You can probably say a sentence, or what you understand by project, so that I wouldn't be the one starting it and closing it. I just want to hear our own typical angle or perspective to a project. When you hear the word project, what comes to mind? Please kindly type it as soon as possible. Can you all hear me? Okay. Okay, Abib.
I already sent my own.
Okay, a job operation that is perfectly planned for execution. Well, there is standard definition for it, but before I proceed to that standard definition, it could be a task or program to be executed, but it has to be something that has a start time, a start date or starting period and ending period, and it must bring a unique end product or outcome to it. So let's see the definition by Project Management Institute. So a project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, services, or result. That's project. When someone say, okay, we are doing a project, the project, it means that it has a starting period, an end period. That's why I said I didn't just use the word temporary, because something that has a starting period and an end time, it means that it's not permanent. It is temporary. So because a project is temporary, it has a time frame, a timeline, delivery period that we are doing. And when we do this thing, it must create a unique product or service or result. That's the definition by Project Management Institute. So in our day-to-day activities at work, either you are a business analyst or not, there are projects that we are doing. It could be product-based project. It could be service-based project. It means that product-based projects are projects that everybody can see that you are working on. You are building a house. You are building what's it called, a house. You are building a car. You are manufacturing a car. You are doing anything that is one can touch. That one are product-based projects. Service-based projects are projects that you can't see. but you can only feel that it exists. And at the end of the day, you can feel the result. So that's just the typical definition. But the key takeaway is that we should know that it's something that has a start time and end period. So as a business analyst, whenever we get our part of the project that we are to work on, either from the project sponsor or from the product owner, or what we also call project manager, to do certain things, we must know the time to deliver. Or if we are lucky enough to be the one handling the whole product or the whole project, we do not have we do not take order from a product manager in our team. If there is no product manager, if we are the one acting as business analyst and also as a product owner or product manager, it means that we must define the time that we have to deliver this project. So because of time, we already pick something temporary and create unique products or unique service. And this definition is applicable to either you are building a product base, or you are working on a service base or a change based project. So if you are working on a project should be in phases. It should be in phases. There should be a time that we call initiation stage. There should be a time we call planning phase, a time we call execution phase, and a time we call closure stage. So there are no clear cuts. I mean, like this is the phase that we have. I mean, in a normal, in the real sense of it, but we know that it's in stages. So at the initiation stage, that is where we need to understand the project that we are to work on, the problem statements of the project, the constraints, the dependencies, the risk that are associated with the product, the assumptions. That's something we call assumptions, because there is no project that you can deliver that will 100%, you understand it 100% from the inception. That is why we call something preliminary analysis. So all these things are to be done at the initiation stage. At the planning stage, now the project has started at the planning phase. That is the phase that you are doing the cost analysis, the cost benefit, the estimation. You might not be the one doing all these things, but you'll be part of the team that will be doing it. So when you're about to enter the execution phase, project cannot deliver on its own. It has to be done by some people. That is when you need to assemble team members. That is when you need to know, do we have internal people to do this work, to deliver on this project or not? Should we hire? Should we contract it? Should we get a subcontractor? It depends on the project. I'm just saying generally in terms of project. So you assemble project team, you start you build the project. At the end of the day, you move to project closure and review of the project and project delivery. You deliver the project, you review it, you deliver it, and project close. And it now depends on the project. Some project, you might need to still monitoring the activities of the project, typically if you are working on a change management project. So you might still need to be monitoring it. Even in fact, in product development too. That is why you will see some application today, they will say is version 2.10, and the other time, in 3 months time, you see another version 2.12. So it means that there are people are monitoring these products that are being delivered, and they are looking, and they are receiving complaints, and they are looking, they are imputing new things, they are updating the features and everything. They are, if it is a software product, if they could be updating on the bugs and some other things. So the next slide will be on the I want us to just watch this video, and and in order for us to understand the project phases. But this video is already on our YouTube channel, so you can also go and rewatch it.
Let us begin with initiation. Business need, problem, or opportunity is identified in this stage. Ways to meet this end, solve this problem, or seize this opportunity are brainstormed. The objective of the project is figured out, feasibility is determined, and major deliverables are identified. Project management steps for the initiation stage include identification of the problem which your project will solve and make it certain whether your project will be able to deliver a solution to that problem. Identification of the scope by defining the depth and breadth of the project. Identification of deliverables by defining the product or service to provide. Identification of the project stakeholders by figuring out whom the project affects and what their needs may be, and development of a business case. You'll also develop a statement of work or a project initiation document at the initiation stage. The statement of work is the document that captures and defines all aspects of your project. You'll note the activities, deliverables, and the timetable for the project. It's an extremely detailed document as it will lay the groundwork for the project plan. Next comes the planning stage. The planning stage comes when the project is approved to move forward on the basis of the statement of work and the business case. In the planning stage, teams are built. The large project is broken down into smaller tasks, and a schedule is prepared for the completion of all the assignments. Smaller goals are created within the larger project so that each goal is achievable within the time frame. Project management steps for the planning stage include identification of the project timeline, the tasks which are to be performed, and the possible constraints. Creation of workflow documents to visualize the project timeline. Estimation of budgets and the creation of financial plans with the help of cost estimates. Gathering resources by building teams and making sure that everyone has the tools required to perform their tasks. Risk anticipation by identifying potential quality roadblocks. It is important to have everything outlined and explained to the team so that the team members can quickly get to the work in the next stage. After planning, we reach the execution stage. In the above two stages, we worked on receiving business approval, developing a plan, and building our team. Now it is time to start working. In this phase, we will turn our plan into action. The project manager makes sure that the work is on track. He organizes team members, manages timelines, and makes sure that the work is done according to the original plan. Project management steps for the execution stage include creating tasks and organizing workflows by assigning granular aspects of the project to the right team members, explaining tasks to team members, providing necessary guidance on how the tasks should be completed, and organizing process-related training if necessary, communicating with team members, clients, and upper management, and providing updates to the stakeholders at all the levels, monitoring quality of work, and managing the budget. And finally, we reach the closure stage. This is a stage where we provide final deliverables, release project resources, and determine the success of the project. In this stage, the project manager also evaluates what did and what did not work with the project. Project management steps for the closure stage includes determining whether the goals of the project were met and whether the initial problem was solved. Evaluation of the team's performance, including whether they were able to meet the goals, along with maintaining the timeliness and quality of the work. Making sure that all aspects of the project are completed with no loose ends remaining, and providing reports to key stakeholders. Conducting a final analysis of the project, taking into account lessons learned for similar projects in the future. So these were the 4 stages in the project lifecycle and the different steps taken at each stage. We hope that this video is helpful to you. Don't forget to subscribe for more such videos.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please, can you please take the video back to the execution stage, the stages in the execution stage, sir?
Execution stage, okay.
Outlined and explained to the team. Execution stage. In the above 2 stages, we worked on receiving business approval, developing a plan, and building our team. Now it is time to start working. In this phase, we will turn our plan into action. The project manager makes sure that the work is on track. He organizes team members, manages timelines, and makes sure that the work is done according to the original plan. Project management steps for the execution stage include creating tasks and organizing workflows by assigning granular
Thank you, sir.
aspects of the project to the right team members, explaining tasks to team members, providing necessary guidance on how the tasks should be completed, and organizing process-related training if necessary, communicating with team members, clients, and upper management, and providing updates to the stakeholders at all the levels, monitoring quality of work, and managing the budget. And finally, we reach the closure stage. This is a stage where we provide final deliverables, release project resources, and determine the success of the project. In this stage, the project manager also evaluates what did
Okay. Let's move to So we hope that I hope that you've gotten the needed information here, and so that is what the stages that project life cycle is all about. So these are resources that you can use anytime you have a project. It is very operational. It's very explanatory, and as a first-time person that is handling a project, it's most of the times it's actually daunting. So you need to look at this kind of video and try to see how you can, whatever you want to do, how you can get your job done through this kind of video. It's very, I mean, I recommend it, this kind of video. And like I mentioned, it's on our YouTube channel, so you can go there and rewatch it. So if there is a need for that, but I strongly recommend it in order to solidify your knowledge around project delivery. So because of time, so let's move to the next stage. So business change life cycle. So that's what we'll be looking at right now. So let's assume, hold on, let's assume that what we just passed through is about a physical product. A physical product that we need to, a physical project rather, that we need to do. So we'll be looking at how change can be effected in an organizational context. How how, please hold on. I have a call. Please, sorry for the interruption. So I have a business call, so I need to attend to it. Sorry. So let's continue. So I was talking about business change. I was talking about business change projects. I mean, how can you, the life cycle for a business change? So I'll be a bit digress. So here, but just know that this is a typical organization change management life cycle. So from you measure the current state, which is as is, and you measure it against the future state. In between there, you identify the problem, you engage, you implement. So I'll be explaining the way it works in a practical term. So number one, you can actually write it down if you want to write. So for you to effect a business change, if you are assuming you are working in an organization, in a change management department, like we mentioned yesterday, number one thing as a business analyst is that you need to identify change that is needed. Change that is needed in the business space. It could be change of business. It could be change in business processes. It could be change in business system. It could be change in the way people's behavior. It could be implementation of a product. So when you identify what is needed to be changed in an organization, that's the very first stage. You identify the change that is required. Change are so many, it depends. But if we are looking at it from the operational angle, I mean practical angle, you go deeper and look at what are the problems or where are we. It could be when you're talking about business change, it could be that in your industry, you want to do competitive analysis of you against of your own company against your competitors with respect to your customers. It could be you are looking at you are rendering service to a client, and you have multiple competitors rendering the same what's it called, the same service, or you are a contractor, so that it could be very clear. You are a contractor to another company. Maybe you own Ade and Malomo Nigeria Limited, and that your company is rendering service to a, let's say Deloitte, or let's say any other strong company, and you have many other companies that are rendering the same service. So there will be time to time that you need to be evaluating where you are on the list of those guys. So you start looking at information, you start looking at asking yourself, how can we improve on what the service that we are rendering? It could be you've gathered you reach out to your current customers, for instance, and you ask them questions, and they give you feedback of their services, of the service you've rendered to them. So you need to identify problem there and the opportunities. It could be that you are using SWOT analysis there, not in terms you are using competitive analysis, competitors analysis rather. So when you identify the change, because of time, let me move fast, you get requirements from the analysis you've done, from the identification you've done, you get your requirement. I mean, requirements are something that you need to work on so that you can get better results. So you analyze those requirements. And when you're analyzing those requirements, you tend to get ways to solve the problem. I mean, like, let's solve this way, let's solve this way. It means that you could specify solutions and you push it to the management, and you get management buy-in, and at the end of the day, you develop the solution. When you develop the solution, because it's a change management solution, it's not probably something that you can see, you can touch, but you can only feel it. After that, you test the solution. When you test the solution, you roll out the solution to people. It means that you have a team. It could be a team of business analysts with a process owner, with team lead of that organization that you are working for, and you roll out solutions. But before you roll out solution, before even you develop solution, even at the beginning, as a new business analyst that is just coming on board in an organization, there are questions that you need to ask. Like yesterday, we were saying that, okay, you have to be people's person. You have to ask questions. You have to ask for documents. I'm just playing like, okay, you are new in the system now. You are not, they just hire you to come and improve their system. Okay. Please, please hold on. Please kindly hold on. Wait 2 minutes. So I'm back. So as I was saying, so you need to ask questions, you need to ask for documents before you get started, because you can't understand what is already existing in the system if you are not part of the system already. Even if you are even part of the system, you don't understand everything in the system, the day-to-day activities of the system. So you ask questions, you ask for documents, and you review the documents, and then you start asking questions so that you can now develop, analyze the problem that the organization is having. You then specify the solution. You then develop the solution. When you develop the solution, you test the solution, like I mentioned earlier, and you roll out the solution for the system to use. And like I mentioned, this is not a physical product. This is a change management or business change process. So when you now roll it out, the last stage will be to be monitoring the solution. You know, when you roll out a solution, there will be so many teething stage. That there's something, sorry, there will be teething stage rather. There will be hiccups in the usage. There was a time that a project that our company was using, ExxonMobil rolled out a product called Citrax. You can probably Google it later. It's called Citrax. So for managing contractors, for managing personnel, that's what the Citrax was all about. So when they rolled out the solution, there was so many issues. Teething, that's what we call teething stage, because it's not something that we've used to. That one is a product that was deployed for internal usage and for contractors. So there were problems, but at the end of the day, people get used to it because they need it to run. So you continue monitoring it, and all these things are your job. You are the one that are in charge. When you look at the way I explain products and business change, it's quite different. In product, you might have someone that is leading, I mean like product owner. In business change, you might even be the lead, while you have the process owners as your subordinate, probably one person from the department, from the what's it called, from the organization supporting you, but you be the one called, let's say you are the management rep. You can call you a management rep. So you'll be the one leading, and others will be supporting you. So you own it, and all these stages you'll be the one to be on handling it, except you are working for a very big organization like a Fortune 500, that they have resources to hire so many guys at a time. So that is that. Stage one is you identify the change. Stage two, you analyze the requirement. Stage three, you specify the solution. Stage four, you develop the solution. Stage five rather, you test the solution, you roll out the solution, and you monitor the solution. That's 7 stages. So by the time you roll out, you already complete the work, but you need to still monitoring it in order to ensure that it meets the what you want to effect. So the one that I explained and the one that is here is the same thing. Before you do any change, you have to measure the current stage, and you engage, you implement, and you get a desired result. So because of time, we will not be, so let's watch the next video to solidify our knowledge as regards to this.
This is a quick overview of the organizational strategy for intentional development and change. In the organizational model for intentional development and change, there are 2 key points of reference: the current state of the organization and the desired future of the organization. These points of reference are connected by the organization's mission, also known as the journey with a purpose. This model may seem simple, but the process for change requires knowledge, work, and commitment. The first step in this process is to identify where the organization wants to be. We call this the organization's desired future, and you will find it in the company's vision statement. The second step in the process is to identify exactly what is occurring in the organization today. We refer to this as the current state. So why do we need to compare the desired future of the organization with its current state? Simply put, we do this to ensure the organization is effective in achieving its mission. Remember, the only way to advance from the current state of the organization to the desired future. This is a quick overview of the simple answer is that the organization has the current state does not align with the desired future. We often see negative symptoms that are harmful or unhealthy, such as a decline in financial health, misguided project, failed from its mission. So what's the best way to examine and understand the gap? One reliable way is to conduct a gap analysis. A gap analysis is an effective tool for diagnosing the underlying causes for problems in organizations. A reliable gap analysis also reveals opportunities that can help the organization take the necessary steps to get back on track with its mission toward its desired future. The first step in a gap analysis is to collect data related to the problem. The second step is to analyze and interpret the data. And the third step is to share the data with the organization in the form of useful information that will support the need for change. So what happens after the data is collected, analyzed, and reported? At this point, you'll work with the organization to ensure that there is a readiness for change. Then you'll want to create a plan for designing and implementing effective interventions. Remember throughout this process that your plan should also address how to manage the transition from the current misaligned state to the realigned state with the desired future. So how can you be sure that the changes you help to implement will be sustained over time and that the organization will not return to the status quo? First, you need to develop a measurement and feedback process, as well as a schedule for implementing change. Next, you'll create assessment tools for measuring the effectiveness of the changes. And finally, you'll create a framework for sustaining and institutionalizing the changes to keep the organization on track with its mission and aligned with its desired future. That's it. Now, go be an effective change agent in your organization.
So that is just the video about change. So you can watch it on our YouTube channel later after the lecture. So let's progress because we still have a whole lot of ground to cover. So now we'll be looking at software development life cycle. So before I show the video that support the software development life cycle, so the purpose of SDC is to SDLC. We call it SDLC. You might have been hearing SDLC. That's software development life cycle. In software development life cycle. So it's just a process that require from you start from stage 1 to stage 2, and the typical one is that you start from requirement gathering and analysis, and that requirement gathering and analysis, you as a you as a business analyst, that's your work. You do the requirement gathering or requirement elicitation, and you analyze the requirement and then pass it to designer. So designer will design it, then they pass it to to developers. That's the implementation and coding stage. So at the testing stage, you and the testers, I mean the quality assurance guys, you test it. You are testing for a functional part, like you've written. There is something we call acceptance criteria testing. We'll be looking at it later in later classes. So you have to test it against it because that's what user told you initially when you are gathering the requirements. So you test it in your own way. So after you test it, they will deploy it. So they will deploy it from their local machine into the server, and it will become live. And then there will be maintenance. There will be a version upon version. That is a typical software development life cycle. So I'm just explaining this because I want you to know where your own role is in the software development life cycle itself. And the essence of SDLC is to deliver you must be able to deliver a high quality product that users can use, product that the project sponsors will be happy that they put their money on. So, and everything starts from requirement elicitation. Once it is wrong there, that will be problem. So let me progress to this video to support it.
In order to understand what a software tester or quality assurance analyst does, you first need to understand the process by which the software is conceptualized, developed, and maintained. This process is known as Software Development Lifecycle, or the SDLC. There are 7 key points to understanding the software development lifecycle. Phase 1, planning. Phase 2, requirement analysis. Phase 3, design. Phase 4, implementation and coding. Phase 5, testing. Phase 6, deployment. And Phase 7, maintenance. So it all starts with this guy, the customer. He's the guy that has the business idea for our invoice application and the money to get it started. He's going to reach out to multiple different tech companies until he finds one that he likes. Finally, he's going to meet our company's product owner or our project manager. They are going to discuss terms of their agreement, sign a deal, and accept the project. This will move us into the next phase, planning the requirements. Together, the customer and the product owner will outline the requirements of the application. Let's imagine that the requirements that they've both agreed upon are as follows. 1. User registration. 2. Login. 3. Logout. 4. The dashboard landing page. And so on and so forth. Throughout this course, we'll be running multiple iterations of the SDLC to which new requirements and new features will be added. Now that we have the outlined requirements, let's take them and move on to the requirement analysis phase. Here's our team: operations, developers, product owners, and testers. We'll all meet up in an office for a few hours and define each outlined requirement and give more planning details. Let's start with requirement number 1, user registration. We'll need a username input field, a password field, a checkbox to accept the terms and conditions, a submit button, and the ability to save the user into our database. Then we'll move to requirement number 2, the login. We'll need a login page to allow returning users to log back into our system. For this, we need another username input field, a password field, along with another submit button. From this, we'll need to read the user's information out of the database and log them into our system. Requirement number 3 will require a logout button, usually located around the same area where the user was logging in from. When they press the logout button, they should clear their session out of the browser to prevent other people from returning and logging back into their account. Finally, requirement number 4, the dashboard. This will essentially be the home page of our application. After a new user is registered, they should be redirected to the dashboard. Also, when a user logs in with the returning account, they should be redirected to the dashboard. For our first SDLC, I will keep the requirements easy. In upcoming videos, we'll dive further in with much harder customer requirements. Once all of the requirements have been analyzed by the team and defined, the product owner will take all the defined requirements and create tickets in a project management system. From here, we'll move into the design phase of the SDLC. The design phase takes all the requirements and starts to plan the product. The design phase may include the business rules, the user interface layouts, color schemes, what programming languages to use, frameworks, system server design, database relationships, architect of the application, mobile aspects, supported browsers, and much more. Next, we'll discuss the implementation and the coding of the application. The implementation and coding phase is where everything starts to become fun. The operations team will set up the physical hardware for the servers, the developers will start writing the code, the designers will continue planning the user interface, and the testers will analyze the requirements and start building test cases for their test plans. Even in this stage, testers are incredibly valuable. They start to imagine the usability of the application and see how everything flows together. Sometimes while writing test cases, they can discover things don't make sense and help redesign fundamental flaws in the early stages of the application. Next up, we'll be discussing one of the most important phases, which is the testing phase. So why is the testing phase so important? Imagine that the developer has finished coding some of our new features and our requirements. We found that when the user logs out, that it's not actually clearing the session in the browser. That another person can walk up to the computer, click the login button, or click the refresh on the page, and they gain access to their account, get access to all of their money, and start making payments on various things. It would be a huge and expensive, terrible bug that would get released if we didn't have testers to test these types of things beforehand. So what does a tester actually do during the testing phase? Now that we have the servers all set up and the database is set up, developers have finished coding. They've given us an application, an actual website that we can log into now. Now we can start testing and executing our test cases from the test plans that we've created, validate that all of the requirements have been met, make sure all the functionality is working as expected, find as many bugs as we possibly can, which could be color scheme is incorrect, or if there's a user interface bug somewhere, that critical issue, people not being able to log out, maybe the users can't even register. There's so many mistakes that a developer can make and do make frequently. So as we're testing, we start to find bugs. And what we'll do is we'll report them to a bug tracking system, which is then assigned to a developer. They'll go in and they'll fix the bug, fix the issue, and assign it back to us. This is called a bug lifecycle. You may have noticed that I've mentioned test cases, test plans, and bugs. In the upcoming videos, we'll go into the bug lifecycle, iterating with developers, and how to write test plans and test cases. Up next, we'll talk about the deployment phase. The deployment phase, the operations team will end up mirroring the staging or development environment systems that we've been testing in and get them ready for production, meaning that they'll install new hardware, brand new servers, have everything scalable for production. This includes setting up the links, setting up the databases for real users, syncing up with the development teams and release managers. Once they've completed all of these tasks, our application will go live to real users. This brings us to the final phase of the SDLC, maintenance. So imagine that we've released and our application became so successful, we're just getting millions of users logging in and registering and using this application. So we need to maintain the servers in the environment. They need to monitor the load, the stress, everything coming on the servers by so many users logging in and using it, it doesn't bring down the system. Maybe we need to make larger servers, larger databases. Maybe we need to get faster computers. There's a lot of stuff that goes on during the maintenance phase. There will be bugs found in production. It's called production support. Frequently, users will email with their issues, and you can stop and investigate what they're complaining about or what their issue is, figure it out, write up a bug, get it resolved, and do another deployment to production with the issues fixed. So to summarize, we've discussed planning, requirement analysis, design, implementation and coding, testing, deployment, and maintenance. All right, awesome. That wraps up the video on the SDLC. One last thing to say is once we're in the maintenance phase, new features will come through, new requirements will come through, and we'll restart the whole process again and be able to get new stuff added into our existing application.
Okay, so that's just the rundown for the software development life cycle. So I just want to remind us that business analyst was not mentioned in the whole process, but where they mentioned that the product owner creates, oh, so, okay, where they mentioned that the product owner or project manager will create a testing. So the person that is going to supply the requirements, all the requirement, the dashboard, the login, the way it's going to be, what the user wants to get done, is a business analyst. And his or her own is just to give product owner. The product owner will now load those requirements in a project management software. Like, okay, in a project management software like Jira or Trello board. So, and from there will be a lot of requirements there. I mean, there will be a lot of requirements called product backlog. So product backlog. So it's like product backlog is a like list of many things you want to get done for that particular product, and you'll be developing it one after the other. So the product owner will be the one to be telling the team that, okay, this week we are to do these two features, these two requirements. Once we develop it, and we'll move it to done. And their own definition of done it varies, but they will move it to from product list, which is technically called product backlog, to currently attending to. And from there, once they work on it for that week or for that month, they will move it to done. So that's the way it is. So you are together with the team to get the work done. So let's, okay, someone who's saying something. We should have it around 4, and we'll get back by 4:15. How about that? Because we still have a whole lot to cover, but let me see how we can cover agile methodology. So because I've been talking about project. So let's move on to the next stage. So agile methodology in software development projects. So this one is a course on its own, but I'm just going to paraphrasing it the way it is. So when you get started in those subsequent courses that you'll be doing, you tend to understand this, and these are part of the requirement for you to write your ECBA exam later. But now we are focusing on the skills that you need to work now. So agile model, there is agile methodology. In agile methodology, there are 2 to 3 methods. And what agile is saying is that if you look at this definition, and if you look at what these circles beside the definition, you can probably see something. You can see that iteration 1 looks like iteration 2, look like iteration 3. So agile software development model is a model that is a way that software developers around the world and the other professionals in the software industry agreed on in year 2000, say, okay, this is the way we are going to be developing our products. There was a time that it was lean methodology, lean development methodology, but now it is now agile, and agile is now being applicable to either, it started from software development, but it's now being applicable to every facet of endeavor. I mean, everywhere you hear agile, 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 and the word agile is saying that we want to, that this agile principle saying that we want to deliver value to customers faster than waiting for customers, than putting customers on hold for a long time. We also want to ensure that we welcome new developments as we are building the existing product. So and that the model is talking about Scrum. So I mean, agile model could be 2 or 3, like I mentioned. Either you are talking about Scrum, agile Scrum, or you are talking agile Kanban, or you are talking about agile Scrum Ban. I mean, you are using agile, or you are using Kanban, or you are using Scrum Kanban. I mean, the combination of the 2 ideas. But before the video, what it's saying is that agile methodology or Scrum is an iterative and incremental process model, while we have another one called waterfall approach. That waterfall approach takes time for you to get job done. So with a focus on the process, adaptability, and customer satisfaction. So what Agile is saying that we want to deliver value faster so that our customer can be happy by rapid delivery of working software products. So when you look at it, there is iteration 1, there is iteration 2, there is iteration 3. So in part of the requirement that you've gathered, probably the software is supposed to do 3 key things. Maybe there are 2 users. Maybe there are, what's it called? Like the example that I cited yesterday. Okay, Jumia, for instance, now. Jumia, for example. Jumia has sellers in the market, in their marketplace, and they also have buyers in the marketplace. Agile could say, okay, let's focus on the customer first. Focus on the customer is that ability for the seller first. It depends on what they want to go by. Okay, but for me, I would say let's focus on the sellers first. You develop seller account and ability for a seller to list products. Number 1. So you deliver and you hand it over to Jumia. Let's say Jumia contracts this thing house, or you are working in Jumia software development team. You push out that chunk. That could be iteration 1. But you know that is a big something. Creating a seller account and everything, and ability to list. It could be creation of, let's say for instance, it could be creation of account by a seller is your number 1 thing. I mean, ability for a seller to create their username and every basic information is the basic thing. That's iteration 1. The iteration 2 could be ability for them to integrate their bank details. That could be iteration 2. Iteration 3 could be able to list their products. Maybe in listing products, it could be ability to list 4 products at the beginning. So that's iteration. Number 1, you plan, you get requirement, you do the requirement analysis, you design, and you build. That is what Agile is saying. So And usually it used to be, we call it sprint. This iteration 1 to iteration 2, we call it sprint 1, sprint 2, sprint 3. So you can, when you finish the sprint 1, you do what we call a sprint retrospective. You want to see what works fine and what works, what goes wrong or went wrong, as the case may be. So the key takeaway in this my explanation is that it's a way of developing software that your user or the project sponsor will have something to be working with, that you can hand over to them, that go and be using this one first before we deliver other key features or key areas. So another method is called waterfall. Waterfall approach is saying that we want to ensure that we deliver, we do everything, and we just release everything and hand over everything to you in a big bang. So waterfall approach means that something like, if you could remember waterfall, that is, everything is just coming from up down. That is what it's all about. So having explained this agile model that have Scrum framework and Kanban framework, but because, like I mentioned, it's a course on its own, which you will be learning later in future courses that we'll be offering. So let's listen to this video from Jira, from Atlassian, the maker of Jira software.
Hi, I'm Megan Cook, Group Product Manager for Jira Software at Atlassian, the makers of Jira and other collaboration tools. In this series, you'll get an intro to Scrum, an agile framework to help your team get organized, iterate, and continuously improve the projects or products you're working on. At Atlassian, we like to say that great teams have the right practices and the right people and the right tools. This series will cover the practices and people along with some of the key Scrum artifacts. There are also many tools you can use to manage those artifacts, like Jira, not that we're biased, which we'll get into in other series. Follow our channel for the whole course on that. This episode is a high-level overview of Scrum so we can have a good baseline before getting into more detail. Over the course of this Intro to Scrum series, we'll share more about the process and ceremonies, the roles that each Scrum team must have, and the artifacts they will collect along the way. By the end of the series, you'll have a good understanding of what Scrum is, why so many teams use it, and how it works, so that you can start implementing or improving the framework with your team. So let's begin with the basics. What Scrum is and why it's awesome. Scrum is an agile project management framework that teams use to develop, deliver, and sustain complex products. You may hear people use Scrum and Agile interchangeably, but spoiler alert, they're wrong. Scrum is about continuously shipping value to customers. It's a framework for getting work done, while Agile is a set of values and principles, a North Star. This means that it usually comes with significant cultural change. You can't really just go Agile, as it takes a lot more to change the way that you think than it does to change the way that you work. But you can use a framework like Scrum to help you start thinking in a more agile way and practice building agile principles into your communication and your work. Teams of all kinds use Scrum: HR, marketing, design, and more. But perhaps the most common is software development and engineering. It's a favorite framework for many development teams for a few reasons. Software is a living, breathing thing. Requirements change, goals change, situations change. Scrum embraces those changes. With Scrum, a product is built in a series of iterations called sprints that break down big, complex projects into bite-sized pieces. This makes projects more manageable, allows teams to ship high-quality work faster and more frequently, and gives them more flexibility to adapt and change. Scrum's transparency and iterative framework also help overcome many of the recurring problems people often experience in waterfall projects. Short iterations make it possible to reduce risk and costs, get fast feedback from users, increase speed to market, and see value quicker. Milestones, like the end of the sprint, also come frequently and give teams a sense of regular, tangible progress. This helps them stay focused and energized, which increases employee engagement and satisfaction. With benefits like these, it's easy to see why Scrum is a favorite framework for all kinds of teams. But how exactly does it work? Check out our next video to find out.
So
At its core, Scrum is all about continuous learning and adjusting to change. It acknowledges that we don't know everything at the start of a project, and it's structured to help teams naturally adapt to changing market conditions and user requirements. Hi, I'm Megan Cook, Group Product Manager for Jira Software at Atlassian, the makers of Jira and other collaboration tools. In our last episode, we talked about what Scrum is and why so many teams think it's an awesome framework for getting work done, especially big, complex projects. Now that you have a good baseline, let's take a closer look at how it works. Scrum revolves around short, iterative release cycles, or sprints, that allow you to ship often, reprioritize when needed, and constantly improve. Here's how it works. As a development team sets out to build a new product or improve an existing one, they have a long list of stories, features, requirements, enhancers, and fixes to work on. This is called the product backlog. Think of it as a running to-do list. Every few weeks, the team plans which of the tasks from that backlog they'll work on during the next sprint, the short time period when a potentially shippable increment of work is created. Sprints are normally around 2 weeks, but your team can decide on the length that works for you. Throughout the sprint, the team participates in a number of events on a regular basis, often called ceremonies. These ceremonies are the hallmarks of the Scrum framework. They create regularity and help teams maintain transparent, clear communication, adapt to change, and continuously learn. The key ceremonies are sprint planning, daily Scrum or stand-up, sprint reviews, and sprint retrospectives. Let's start with sprint planning. During the ceremony, your team decides what you want to accomplish during the next sprint. Then you work together to move tasks and stories from the backlog to the sprint in order to meet the sprint goal, keeping in mind what's feasible to complete in 2 weeks. During each day of the sprint, you and your team have a daily Scrum or stand-up. This is a super short meeting that happens at the same time and in the same place. It's usually in the morning and lasts for about 15 minutes, but you can make it shorter or longer if needed. It should be quick though. Don't let it turn into an hour-long meeting that gets in the way of other work. The goal of the daily Scrum is to get everyone on the same page. It's also a time to voice any concerns you have or things that may be blocking you from making progress toward the sprint goal. At the end of the sprint, the team gets together for a sprint review, an informal session to view a demo and see what was accomplished. This review meeting is when the development team shows off the backlog items they finished to the product owner, who approves them for the release. The product owner also reworks the backlog based on the current sprint, and that serves as a starting point for the next sprint planning session. The last step of every sprint is the retrospective, where the team comes together to talk about and document what worked well and what didn't work. The retrospective could be about the sprint, the project, the people and relationships, tools, or even certain ceremonies. The idea isn't to dwell on what went wrong, but to create a safe space where the team can talk about what went well and what needs to be improved the next time. So, to recap, the 4 Scrum ceremonies are sprint planning, daily Scrum or stand-up, sprint reviews, and sprint retrospectives. These are the practices that will hold your process together. But these practices don't run themselves. That's where the people come in. We'll talk more about that and the roles each person plays in our next video. Stay tuned and follow our channel for an even deeper dive into each of these ceremonies, along with other helpful tips on how to get started with Scrum.
I hope everyone is okay with the video. So the last one I'm going to play now. We will be talking about your functions. So your role within the team.
Now, let's talk a little bit more about the people involved in these ceremonies. There are three primary roles in the Scrum framework: product owners, Scrum masters, and the development teams. Hi, I'm Megan Cook, Group Product Manager for Jira Software at Atlassian, the makers of Jira and other collaboration tools. In our last episode, we talked about how Scrum works and the 4 ceremonies that serve as the glue that holds the framework together: sprint planning, daily Scrum or stand-up, sprint reviews, and sprint retrospectives. Those are the practices in the Scrum equation. Scrum product owners are the champions for their product. Their main job is to bring the product vision to life and have a constant pulse on the market and the customer. They're focused on understanding business and market requirements, then prioritizing the work that the development team will do. Scrum Masters are the Scrum experts within their team. They coach developers, product owners, and the business on the Scrum process and look for ways to fine-tune their practice. Scrum Masters are referred to as the Scrum. Now, along the way, the development team, Scrum Master, and product owner will collect artifacts as they go through each ceremony. That's the topic of our next video. Check it out to learn more about Scrum artifacts.
Okay, so that is that by introduction to agile software development methodology and project delivery, as it was introduced here. Agile methodology in software development project. So what I want to try to recap what was being said in the video. So what the video was talking about, what the Megan Cook was talking about, is that you have a role to play, and I've been saying this since yesterday. You all have a role to play in this agile way of developing a product. Agile is just a mindset. You might be hearing that it's just a mindset. But what makes it operational is framework like Scrum. I just want to reiterate myself where I said like sub-agile, or I couldn't remember the way I put it then. But I mentioned like 3, either I use framework or not, I can't remember. But this is an opportunity to reiterate. So agile is just a mindset. Is what was agreed agile software development methodology. And there are principles behind that. And one of it is developing value faster to the customer. And some other principles. There are actually 12 principles of agile. So what makes agile operational are frameworks like Scrum, Kanban, Scrum Ban. So because of this course, we focus on only Scrum. So you as a business analyst, you have a role to play. It depends on the size of your organization. If you want to become indispensable in that team, you yourself, you can even go ahead and learn Scrum methodology, and makes it operational in within your team. Yes, every software development team talks about agile methodology. Are they really practicing it? Are they really doing the review, or they're just developing products? Because you hear agile everywhere, but is it really operational? That's the question you have to ask yourself whenever you are in a team. If it is not operational, is an opportunity for you to become a Scrum Master. And as a Scrum Master, your role is to ensure that you are in charge of you and the product owner. You liaise with the product owner so that you can be in charge of the sprint planning, the daily stand-up meeting, even if teams are working remotely. So far, we already know the time that we are starting work. For instance, you are working remotely and your team is, one is in Kenya, one is in India, one is in Ukraine, one in USA, you are in Nigeria. So you can still daily stand-up meeting. That is, when you are starting to work, you ask people, what are they going to get done today? Is there any challenges from the yesterday work? How can we come in? And all those questions are the ones that you need to ask. But when you take this kind of a specific agile course, you tend to know more ways of handling this. It's intentional that I didn't want to go deeper. So that's daily stand-up. You do sprint retrospective with all the team. So if you are a Scrum Master and you're a business analyst, you become indispensable. Like I mentioned yesterday, you have to have multiple domain knowledge. It's not that you are becoming a Scrum Master, because it's just that your team is not big enough that your employer could employ a Scrum Master. So you can take up the role of a Scrum Master within your team, while developers are coding, the product owner are dishing out what's it called, directives, and taking away some requirements into from requirement from the product backlog into what you'll be doing for that sprint. And sprint usually 2 weeks, minimum of 2 weeks and maximum of 1 month. And with that, you can deliver a value at, okay, I can't developing what? I can't remember that. Okay. Can you, Abib, can you ask your question? Kindly unmute yourself and ask.
Yes, you were talking about. I'm trying to understand what Scrum actually mean, and I think you were trying to like explain it. So you said develop something about a particular product, additional to a particular product. I don't know. I didn't get you exactly.
Okay, I was saying that Scrum is a framework, is an operational framework to agile mindset. We already have agile mindset that, okay, we are to deliver value faster to our customer, to the person that gave out the idea owner or the project sponsor. You, for instance, now you are the one that has an idea. You want to build a website, and the website is very complex, and you can't wait for 5 months to get your final product. So Agile was saying that, okay, by the end of 3 months or 1 month or 2 months, by the end of 1 month, we are going to send you designs, the mock-up designs of what we've done, so that you can be looking at it. Or at the end of 2-3 months, we are going to give you so part to be a proof of concept. I mean the MVP to be looking at. So Scrum is saying that Scrum is now make it operational. And I say, okay, by the end of this 3 weeks, we will have done something. We will have picked about 3 items to work on from all the list of things we need to do for this product. If you have to do 15 things, Scrum is saying that these 3 weeks, this sprint or this iteration period of 3 weeks, this is the 3 things that we want to focus on and want to get it done. That is what Scrum is all about. When you at the end of that 3 weeks, you now review what has happened? Were you able to develop the 3 features? Were the developers able to code the 3 features, or designers were able to design the 3 features, and was it get done? Have you been able to validate what you've done? That is what Scrum is all about. And you as a business analyst, you can take up of a Scrum Master by saying that, okay, today, daily stand-up meeting today, okay, this is okay, what we did yesterday, how was it? What you are going to do today, how are you going to handle it? Is that an issue? So that we can solve it before you proceed. And I can mention, it's a way to ensure that development team get work done bit by bit and faster. So because of time, I'm going to cap it up with this scenario, which we can all relate with, and I will compare it with Scrum or Agile. Scrum, if I say Agile or Scrum, is the same thing. No, if I say Agile, Scrum, Kanban, Scrum, Kanban, is the same thing. If I say Agile, Scrum, Kanban, Scrum, Kanban, is the same thing. Agile is a mindset. Scrum and Kanban are methods, are operational methods to get your work done faster. So the one that is not in there, that is contrary to them, the one that is contrary to them is waterfall. So because in the next 2 minutes, I'm going to explain it. So for instance, now you are a builder, building contractor, and this is January, and you have a client that gives you 3 houses to build in 3 months. And I hope you can hear me. So, Nkechi, are you there? Let's assume you have 3 houses to develop and deliver, or hand over to a client, a house. So Scrum is saying that, okay, at the end of 1 month, one of the houses will have been ready. But waterfall approach is saying that at the end of 1 month, the 3 houses will be at the German floor stage. That is, Scrum is going to focus on one house, one of the 3 houses, one of the 3 flats, or the 3 duplex, as the case may be. And Scrum or Agile Scrum will focus on it and develop the house from start to finish. That is what Agile will do. So that at the end of January now, you as the contractor or as the house owner, you can pack into that first house. But waterfall approach says that, okay, I'll be developing the 3 at a time. So as they are digging foundation for A, they will be doing for B and C. As they are doing German floor for A, they will be doing for C and B. So that's waterfall approach. But Agile Scrum approach is saying that I'm going to, in January, I will do foundation, I will do German floor, I will cast the bricks, I will do lintel, I will do the roofing, I will do plastering, electrical work, plumbing work, and every other work, so that at the end of the day you have your house. But waterfall is saying that at the end of the 3 months. So which one are you going to go with? The one that will give you a house at the end of the day, at the end of 1 month, or the one that gives you a house at the end of 3 months? So it is imperative that you want to go with the one that gives you a house, while you are expecting the remaining to be completed. Anything could happen when Waterfall deliver the 3 houses at the end of March. Their deliverables might not be accurate. But because Agile Scrum deliver the first house, if things is not the way it was designed, it was planned, you as the project sponsor, as the house owner, you can tell them and say, okay, this result is not acceptable, and they will make redesigning, readjustment in the subsequent one, and they will also do correction into the existing one. So that's Agile, and that's another one, the second one, the contrary one, called waterfall approach. So that's that. I hope you've gained something from my explanation. When you take advanced courses, you are going to understand better. And additional advice is that go on our YouTube channel and you can watch the video all over again. Okay. So before I go into this, because this is when we come back from break, this is what we are going to be looking at: business process modeling techniques and UML notation, and which is the last part, and that is very complex, and one of the key skills that you need to have as a business analyst. So while we are waiting, before we go on a break, so we just use the opportunity to do some paraphrasing and also introduce us to gap analysis. You've heard it before, and I'm coming. Okay, sorry. Waterfall. Okay, is a waterfall. So waterfall approach. So, okay. So it's a.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. Yeah,
Yes,
hello.
I'm with you.
Keep quiet.
Go ahead.
Sir, I want to ask a question, please.
Okay.
The mindsets are 2: Agile and Waterfall. Then you have models like Scrum, Kanban, and Scrumban.
Yes. Let me just. Yes, the mindset are 2. One is a fast one. One is a slow one.
So the Agile is fast.
Agile is fast.
Okay.
Why the waterfall is slow. There are so other methods, but the 2 popular ones are Agile and waterfall. But people are developers and everybody are moving away from waterfall. They are focusing on Agile.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So while waiting for the break time to approach, I'll just be paraphrasing on gap analysis. So I mentioned it when we were talking about change management stuff. For the change management to occur, you have to analyze the current state of a process and compare it to the future state that you want the process to be, or do you want the system to perform, or do you want the system to function. So the word from the gap You want to see what has happened. From point A to point B, what has happened, or how can we move from point A to point B? So there is gap analysis, and gap analysis is quite applicable to so many areas of endeavor. I mean discipline. So, but for this, I'm just going to say that there is not going to be a gap analysis without a trigger. So I'll be explaining what could be a trigger in with an example that we can all of us we can relate with. If you want to use an ATM machine rather, with your card, the very first thing that is going to happen is that you slot in your card. That it means that the process, let's assume you want to document that the process of ATM machine dispensing a cash. I mean, dispensing cash or ATM cash transaction. So what triggers the process, what starts the process is that you slot in your card. So another factors that you need to also consider, that's the trigger. When you are doing gap analysis, you have to first, is there a trigger? What could be the trigger in this process? And in the ATM withdrawal rather, you first slot in your card. That's the start of the process. The second thing is that what are the tasks that need to be performed? Like you input the task. The second thing that you insert your PIN number, and you follow the task, the subtask in there, and there will be task output. When you input your number, it will bring out, okay, you want to withdraw, you want to change your PIN, you want to transfer, you want to recharge, and some other task outputs will be showing on the screen, on the dashboard. So when you need to perform a task, and at the end of the day, you have to also understand that what's the relevant cost implication of this gap analysis that we are doing, where we are. If you don't what's it called, evaluate our current state, what could be the cost doing it? So for instance, if you are withdrawing from an ATM machine that is not your bank, let's say you are using bank A and bank A, but the ATM that is available at that point is for bank B, and you can withdraw on it, and probably you've used the card twice in that month, and the third one is what you're about to withdraw, or depending on the scenario. So will the ATM charge you? That could be relevant cost implication. If we don't do the present analysis of our process, of our system, in order to get it to where, in order to compare it to where we want to be, with that, it could affect the way we work, it could affect the entire business operation, and eat up our profit margin or the bottom line at the end of the day. So relevant cost information, cost implication rather, is very key. So those are the things that you'll be thinking about when you are doing your gap analysis. Another thing you need to look at is task measures and standard. Like if you are documenting it, what are the subtasks that could be done along the line? We all know that the major function of an ATM machine is to dispense cash for us. But we can use it to do something else. We can use it to transfer funds. We can use it to recharge our for the ATM airtime. You can change PIN there and some other things. So those are the little tasks. So you need to also aware when you are doing gap analysis. So the detailed breakdown of the steps within the task is key. So you need to, when you are doing your analysis, gap analysis is something that you are representing graphically, and that's where what we'll be discussing later. I mean, pictorially, what people can see, people can relate with. So the subtask of withdrawing, so is like a typical example that we can relate to here. Like, okay, somebody wants to change PIN, would be a subtask, right? Aside from the normal task for withdrawing money. So, and also something has to be you have to also look at something called business rule. For every application, there are business rule. For everything that you are doing, there are business that should be business rule. And one of the relatable business rules is what I've just mentioned. Like, if business rule is that if you, for instance, I know of Access Bank very well. Access Bank do dispense 40,000 naira at a go. I mean, with access card. But if you have other bank card, like let's say First Bank or UBA, and you slot into Access Bank, and you want to withdraw 40,000 naira at a go, you won't be able to. That's a typical business rule. That's a typical business rule. So because of time, so when you've already analyzed what is already inherent in that system or in that process, you have to look at to be where you want it to be. To be is just a way to improve that process, that business process. To be, you might be hearing as is and to be, a as is and to be, as is. So it's a to be process is just that if you already evaluate the current state, you now want to know how effective, or is it effective? Is it not effective? Does it need improvement or not? But the goal is that you want to simplify the process, existing process. You want to eliminate unnecessary part of the process. Like, you want to withdraw money now. If you want to withdraw a huge amount of money, they will say you have to bring this, you have to bring that, and stuff like that. You can simplify the process. You can remove bottlenecks, something that can stop the process from happening. Maybe if the process owner is not around, the process will not run. If there is no somebody on site, the process will not run. Can we automate that part? Can we reduce the number of staff if that's what is happening? So you can also change the sequence of the task. That's automation of process, or you redesign the process. It depends. You can introduce a step that optimize the process. All these things I'm saying, it depends on the process that you are looking at, but the goal is to, when you are looking at where you want to be, is to simplify the process, remove the it could be administrative bottleneck, it could be system bottleneck, it could be management bottleneck, which is also called administrative bottleneck. It could be external bottleneck. So you redesign the process, and you design process boundaries. Maybe it's something that you need to reduce the number of activities being carried out by that department or by that organization. So these are the explanation about gap analysis. So you can look up in subsequent lectures outside the scope of this course. You'll be learning more on gap analysis. But the bottom line is that it's used to measure where we are and also compare where we want to be in order for us to be effective in our processes, systems, or business activities. So we are going on a break now. So we'll come back by 4:30. So let's get started for the second part. Are we ready? We're ready to go. So we are starting now. Okay. Who left now? Vicky just left now. So let's get started. I hope Kechi will join us soon. Probably she has issue. Technical issue rather. So you can unmute yourself and probably tell me what do you understand by business process modeling. At least I've been mentioning this for. I want the class to be actually interactive and also contributive as well. So anyone with idea to a business process modeling, what is being written, techniques and business process modeling techniques. Anyone? Am I, can you hear me? Oh, okay. Yes, I ask a question. What do you understand by business process modeling in the first place? Just ignore the technique there. Okay. If there is no response, let me just proceed because this part is actually heavy and we need to get it right. So business process modeling in simple terms is called process. It's also called process mapping, which is mapping of what that process or that system or that activity rather. So, and I want you to be very careful when it comes to BPM, because there are two different things that it means. So you might actually use it wrongly, or be referring to one thing whereas you are referring to something else. So a BPM, which is business process modeling, is just a process modeling activities. So it is the analytical and physical representation of an organization business process. So a typical example is your organogram. I mean organizational structure called organogram. That's a typical representation of a business process modeling or process mapping or business mapping or business representation. So, and this thing is being done with the aid of some softwares. So with the aid of process modeling software, it will give you an analytical representation of a sys process in an organization, and ability for you to contrast it to B processes for making them more efficient. In our previous, before we went on the break, we were talking about the essence of carrying out gap analysis is that at the end of the day, your to be state should be should remove administrative bottleneck, should streamline the process, and some other advantages. So we are saying the same thing now, that with the aid of process modeling software, you can do a analytical representation or graphical representation of what is currently exists in a system, in a process, in a business, for us to compare it with or contrast it with where we are going, where we intend to be. And where we intend to be is that we want to make the system more efficient. We want to streamline the process, or we want to redesign the process. We want to remove some boundaries there. So that's the BPM. So there are 4 key. BPM is triggered by a business event, because that's business process modeling. Process modeling or process mapping is just a normal thing, but when it's carried business, it means that it must be triggered by a business event. Something must happen within the business that will trigger it. So 4 key components to consider during a BPM analysis is tasks that make up the process. So there will be a video that will be added to this session first before we practicalize everything together here. The task that make up the process is one of the 4 components of a BPM. The process flow. I mean, if something starts, it has a start and it progresses to another point. So there should be an arrow that will be indicating the direction of the flow. That's what they call process flow. And who are the people that in this process? I mean the actors. Actor could be you, could be me, could be a process owner, could be the manager, could be an external stakeholder, maybe our vendor, maybe our client, maybe our subcontractor, maybe our supplier, maybe our OEM, original equipment manufacturer. It could be like that. So the end result of the BPM also key. I mean the end of the process is also key. So the task that make up the process. That is the entire process flow. The process flow, the communication line, the direction of communication, the task within. I mean, actors that carry out the task, or you can say the task that's being carried by an actor, and the end result of the BPM. You know what? Please kindly excuse me. Just give me like 2 minutes. Okay, let's continue. Okay, as I was saying, that these are the 4 key components of a business process modeling technique. So if you want to, there are terms that you need to familiar with the process that we have to already know that is something that we are doing. So it's a set of activities starting with a triggering event, like the gap analysis we mentioned, like slotting your bank bank card into an ATM, and it must have an end with deliverable outputs. That's the process flow. The task is just an activity within a particular process, usually carried out by an actor. Step: activities carried out within individual tasks. So these are the steps. So step could be yes or no. So this is, so that is BPM, business process modeling. So for you to represent this business process analytically or graphically, there are languages that are involved. There are languages that are involved before, let's say languages. It's not a programming language anyways. So you can see this one now. So a BPM modeling notation, business process modeling notation, is quite different from business process modeling as it was referred to initially. So one is just a definition, but while one is like a method of getting it done. So business process modeling notation is a flowchart method that models the steps of a planned business process from end to end. It visually depicts a detailed sequence of business activities and information flows needed to complete a process. I think that's a comprehensive definition. It visually depicts a detailed sequence of business activities and information flows needed to complete a process. So, for instance, for like this example now, payment process in a retail shop. So it has to have a start event and an end event. So a start event is a trigger. And like identify payment method, that one is a task. That box, that rectangular box that you see there, that is a task box. There are some that are related to it that we call it sub-process, call, and other names, but they are quite different from this rectangular one. They are still rectangle in nature, in structure, but the way they look quite differs. So these are agents, these are gateways, payment method. You are using to decide where to go, yes or no, cash or credit card. So till it gets to an end. So those boxes, rectangle boxes, are tasks. And the way we mentioned earlier, there is process. The entire activity here from start to end is a process. While the tasks are the ones in those what's it called? Rectangular boxes. Those are the tasks. So the steps are the one that we are moving from one task to another. Those are the steps. So having introduced this BPMN notation at the surface level, so let's go deeper. So there are two different types of BPMN, business process modeling notation. Let me say application or software. There is one called BPMN 2.0, and the typical example is swim lanes, which I'm going to explain myself better and also support it with a video. The second one is UML, Unified Modeling Language. It's not a programming language. It's just a tool that you can use to communicate your idea to visualize the process. So there are different types of UML. There are different ways that you can use UML notation, BPMN notation, UML notation. So let me just add N to this. That's UMLN, Unified Modeling Language Notation. So having said that, so there are examples, there are use case example, class diagram, sequence diagram. These are different scenarios that you can use UMLN. Use case is more familiar, and we will see the typical representation later now. BPMN is also a way to represent a process. So having said this, so I'll play a video now. So please, before I play the video, please kindly, the video is actually long a bit, and it's going to expose you to, when we are doing the practical hand-on experience, I will be leading the hand-on experience from a Lucidchart software. So that you can be able to relate with it. So happy watching, happy learning or watching.
BPMN or BPMN 2.0.
BPMN is a flowchart method that models the steps of a planned business process from start to finish. At a high level, BPMN helps stakeholders gain understanding through a visual representation of a specific process. Because diagramming can make complex ideas easier to understand, BPMN helps process participants, analysts, managers, technical developers, and many others to visually represent things like order fulfillment, incident management, purchase processes, and many other essential business sequences. In this tutorial, we'll quickly go over the building blocks of BPMN and spend the rest of our time creating a simple BPMN diagram together. To build my diagram, I'll be using a diagramming software called Lucidchart. Check out the link in the description below if you want to follow along in the product. You can sign up for a free Lucidchart account that includes a BPMN 2.0 shape library. BPMN is made up of certain elements or shapes that comprise its visual language. BPMN has 4 main groups of shapes. I'll be going into detail on each of these later, but here are the main categories. Flow objects. These include events, activities, and gateways. Connecting objects. These are the lines that show sequence and message flow, as well as associations. Pools and swim lanes. These represent major participants in a process. Artifacts. These bring an additional level of detail to a BPMN diagram. The first kind of flow object is an event. Events are triggers that start, modify, or complete a process. There are 3 types of events: start, intermediate, and end. Each process in a BPMN diagram must begin with an initiating event called the start event. A start event is designated by a circle with a thin border. Many start events contain an icon in the middle to define the event's trigger. For example, a start event that contains an envelope icon indicates that a message arrives and triggers the start of a process. An intermediate event has a double border made of 2 circles. End events signify the end of a particular process or path within a process. When you see an event, nothing else needs to be in the process after that. End events, like starting events, be further designated by one of several symbols. And remember, your BPMN diagram, no matter what it is, will always have at least one start event and at least one end event. Activities are the next type of flow object, and they are the building blocks of BPMN diagrams. They represent specific tasks performed by a person or system, and they're shown by a rectangle with rounded corners. There are 4 main types of activities: task, sub-process, transaction, and call. For sake of simplicity, we'll only focus on tasks in this tutorial. A task is a single action that occurs in a business process, like mailing a letter or editing a draft of a news release. They are likely the most common shapes you'll see in a diagram because they represent actions performed by process participants. Remember that activities, like a lot of shapes in BPMN, can be further designated with icons to visually show important attributes, like message send or receive, user tasks, manual tasks, or service tasks, among others. The last type of flow objects are gateways. Gateways are represented by a diamond shape and are decision points that can adjust the process path or flow based on certain conditions or events. Like a pipe may split and divert water in 2 directions, so are gateways. They create a condition where a choice needs to be made. For example, a gateway can be used to show the separation in a process path where a customer decides between 2 different shipping options. There are several different types of gateways differentiated with symbols. We won't go more into these right now, but I'll include a link in the description of this video that covers each type in more detail. It should be noted that gateways are not decisions, nor do they make decisions. Rather, they dictate the flow of the process. Connecting objects are the lines present in every BPMN diagram. They show the order of activities to be performed, and there are 3 types. First is the sequence flow symbol, a solid line with an arrow at the end, which shows the main order of activities to be performed. Next is the message flow symbol, a dotted line that depicts messages that flow across pools. You'll see these lines connecting different tasks between swim lanes. More on that in a moment. Lastly, there's the association symbol, which shows relationships between artifacts and flow objects. We'll cover artifacts in a few moments as well. A pool represents a major participant in a process, like a company or an organization, and swim lanes show the participants within each company or organization. Swim lanes help define who is accountable for each part of the process, so no important steps are missed. Any process that involves one or more contributor will have swim lanes. And if you're modeling, for example, a business-to-business collaboration, you can give each company their own pool and further separate participants within each company with their own swim lanes. That type of BPMN diagram is called a collaborative diagram, and it's what we'll be creating together today. Lastly, there are artifacts. These are mostly used to bring an added level of detail to your BPMN diagram. There are 3 types of artifacts: data, group, and annotation. A data object represents data placed into the process, data resulting from the process, data that needs to be collected, or data that must be stored. A group object organizes tasks or processes that have significance to the overall process. For example, you might see a group around a certain set of activities and gateways. While a group may show a logical grouping of activities, it does not affect the flow of the diagram at all. Lastly, an annotation shape provides the modeler opportunities to describe additional flow parts of the BPMN diagram. Think of annotations as comments that can be used to clarify or explain a particularly complex part of a process. Flow objects, connecting objects, pools and swim lanes, and artifacts work together to make up BPMN's language. Now let's create a BPMN diagram together. Again, if you'd like to follow along in Lucidchart, check out the link below to sign up for a free trial. If not, follow along with your diagramming software of choice, or even a pen and paper. To further illustrate the concepts we've covered so far, I'm going to make up an example. We're going to make a basic BPMN diagram showing the process of buying ice cream in an ice cream shop. The first thing I need to do is identify what parties are involved in this process. First, there's the customer, and second, there's the ice cream shop. Since the customer doesn't work at the ice cream shop, and the ice cream shop doesn't employ the customer, they'll each have their own separate pool. This particular ice cream shop has two employees, the person making the ice cream, who we'll call the ice cream artist, and the cashier. These two will be put in the ice cream shop pool, but each have their own lane, as they have their own roles throughout the process. As we build this BPMN diagram, these will show quickly who's in charge of what tasks. To start documenting our process for buying ice cream, we'll first use a starting event shape. What is the starting event here? For every customer, in order to get ice cream from the shop, they first have to enter the store. Once a customer is in the store, the first thing they'll need to do to continue the process is to review the menu. This ice cream shop has lots of flavors, and the customer wants to be sure they see something they like before they order. Review menu will be the first task in our BPMN diagram. We'll also connect the starting event to this first activity, with the arrow pointing in the direction the process is going. This shows that first the customer enters the store and then reviews the menu options. After reviewing the menu options, the customer can react in one of two ways. They'll either see something they want to order, or they won't want to order anything. Because we have two options after this first task, we'll need a gateway. Remember, gateways are diamond-shaped and help guide the flow of the process. We'll include an X in the gateway to show that these two options are mutually exclusive. This is called an exclusive gateway. So we'll draw two arrows and label one wants to order ice cream, and the other doesn't want to order ice cream. If a customer doesn't want to order after reviewing the menu, they'll simply leave the store. And since nothing else happens after that, we'll make that an end event for this path in the process. After we label this leaves the store, there's nothing else we from the other path. Second, we need to consider what comes next in the process for both the customer and the ice cream artist. If you're the customer, after you've ordered ice cream, you need to wait for your ice cream to be made. This is our first intermediate event in the process, and we'll label it Wait for Ice Cream to be Made. We can also include a timer symbol to visually indicate that time is passing here for the customer. After that, the customer see ice cream and the process will reserve and as well. And the person responsible for is to receive the order. Ingredients task to show that at this point in the process, data must be input to move forward.
We can also include an arrow icon with our data icon to show that this is data being input for this task. After checking for available ingredients, one of two things can happen. Either the ingredients are available or there are not enough ingredients to fulfill the order. Because these options are mutually exclusive, we need another exclusive gateway to show the split in the flow of the process. We'll label the two arrows after this gateway to show the options. If ingredients are available to fulfill the order, the ice cream artist can make the ice cream. Since making the ice cream is performed physically by a person, we'll put a hand icon in our task to reflect that. This is a manual task. After making the ice cream artist then gives the ice cream to the customer, which is another manual task. But if there are not enough ingredients to fulfill the customer's order, the ice cream artist needs to perform the task, informs the customer. Then the customer will need to review the menu to see if there's anything else they want. And since that is already a step in our process, we can connect it back to the first task for the customer. Then the customer can decide if they want to order or not, and the process will continue as we've documented it so far. When we go back to the task, it gives ice cream will use another message flow symbol to return to the customer pool. To pay, the cashier begin the process for them. Just like when the customer gave their order to the ice cream artist, we'll include an intermediate event here after gives credit card to show that the customer waits while the cashier performs their tasks. The starting event for the cashier in this example will be credit card received. From there, they'll perform a few tasks to process the transaction. First, they'll confirm the order, and then the cashier will run the credit card through the machine, and finally, will return the credit card and receipt to the customer. Since these three tasks are all part of the transaction process, I'm going to use an artifact to show that they go together. The artifact I'm using here is called a group, and I'll put it around the three cash application process. The transaction complete. The cashier is a receipt. We'll also make this an intermediate event. After the customer has ice cream, payment, and receipt hands, we're now ready to eat ice cream. The process ends when the customer finishes eating and leaves the store. Eats ice cream will be our customer's final task, and since it's a manual task, we'll label it with the appropriate icon. Leaves the store will be the end event for our process for the customer. Processes to stakeholders in all departments. The example we made is fairly simple, but BPMN diagrams can get to click on the link and sign up for a Lucidchart account and start making your own BPMN diagrams today.
Okay, I think that's the end of the video, now. So the next one is that, so that we just go in straight to the practical aspect before we call it a day. So the another one, the one that I just explained, was talking about BPMN, business process modeling notation, and it's quite different from UML notation. And a common example of UML notation is use case diagram. There are activity diagrams, there are sequence diagram, and some other different kinds of UML notation. But the most common one and the most used by business analysts is use case diagram. So we are going to look at it before we go into the Lucidchart and look at the practical. What is a use case diagram? Use case is also a graphical representation or a physical representation or visual representation of our process or of our activities that we are trying to solve. So, but this one is more particular about when you want to build an application. For instance, a mobile application or a mobile application, for instance, and you can represent it with this use case diagram. And the use case diagram is a sub of UML and UML notation. So a use case describe how a system is used. Use case, how do we use such a system? That's what is called use case. In fact, sometimes use case could mean that you could see some website and they will tell you use case. They will just put use case there. I think they are saying that in what the ways that you can use their solution. Okay, in some ways that you can use their solution. That's what use case is all about. So, but there is something that's something that we need to take note of in UMLN. Number one is it must be triggered by an actor, either an external actor or internal actor. It must also be performed to achieve a goal. So example is that you have like we all have mobile bank mobile application for our banks. So example of a use case is login. That is the verb plus what we are doing, the object, the what we are doing, the object plus the verb rather. Verb is what we are doing and plus the object, login, view balance, order food, pay with card, log out. Those statements or these statements are what we call use case, are how you describe a use case in a system. So it might not be, I know it's not clear yet, but let's go. So in this video by LucyChat, again, how you can represent your use case with UML notation was discussed.
Everything you need to know about UML use case diagrams. We'll start with a high-level overview, then we'll talk about systems, actors, use cases, and relations. And finally, we'll build an entire use case diagram together and go over examples to explain these concepts in depth. Have you ever had an idea that makes perfect sense in your head, but when you try to explain it to someone else, they're completely lost? Maybe your idea is for a new app, and every time you talk about it, people don't really understand how they interact with the app or what it would do. This type of scenario is where a use case diagram is very helpful. Here's a simple description of a use case diagram. First, it shows a system or application. Then it shows the people, organizations, or other systems that interact with it. And finally, it shows a basic flow of what the system or application does. It's a very high-level diagram and typically won't show a lot of detail, but it's a great way to communicate complex ideas in a fairly basic way. Before we really get into the tutorial, let's talk about how you're going to make a use case diagram. You can draw them out with pen and paper, but a diagramming application is going to be much easier. Today I'll be using Lucidchart, and you can too, for free actually. Just click the link to access Lucidchart's website. Enter your email address, and you'll have a free Lucidchart account in just a few seconds. It's easy to use, and you can follow along with me as we build a use case diagram. Okay, so we're going to break down use case diagrams into 4 different elements: systems, actors, use cases, and relationships. Let's start with systems. A system is whatever you're developing. It could be a website, a software component, a business process, an app, or any number of other things. You represent a system with a rectangle, and you put the name of the system at the top. We're going to build the use case diagram for a very simple banking application. We'll call our system Banking App. This rectangle helps define the scope of this system. Anything within this rectangle happens within the banking app. Anything outside of this rectangle doesn't happen in the banking app. The next element is an actor, which is depicted by this stick figure. An actor is going to be someone or something that uses our system to achieve a goal. That could be a person, an organization, another system, or an external device. So who or what is going to be using our banking app? The most obvious actor is a customer. We are going to have customers that download and use our banking app. Another actor that we'll want in our diagram is the bank. The bank is going to provide information that feeds into our banking app, like transactions and account balances. Here are a couple things to keep in mind when dealing with actors. First, it's important to note that these actors are external objects. They always need to be placed outside of our system. Second, actors need to be thought of as types or categories. For our banking app, an actor isn't going to be a specific individual or a specific organization. We wouldn't label our actors as John and Chase Bank. We want to keep things categorical. So right now we're saying that both customers and banks are going to use our app. And this brings up the topic of primary and secondary actors. A primary actor initiates the use of the system, while a secondary actor is more reactionary. So in our example, which actor is primary and which actor is secondary? The primary actor is customer. The customer is going to initiate the use of our system. They're going to pull out their phone, open up our banking app, and do something with it. Bank, on the other hand, is a secondary actor. The bank is only going to act once the customer does something. If the customer goes on the app to see how much money is in their account, only then does the bank engage with our system to provide the balance. Primary actors should be to the left of the system, and secondary actors should be to the right. This just visually reinforces the fact that customer engages with the banking app and then the bank reacts. The next element is a use case, and this is where you really start to describe what our system does. A use case is depicted with this oval shape, and it represents an action that accomplishes some sort of task within the system. They're going to be placed within the rectangle because they're actions that occur within the banking app. So what is our banking app going to do? We're going to keep things very simple. Our banking app is going to allow a customer to log in, check their account balance, transfer funds between accounts, and make payments towards bills. So this is what our banking app does. We're going to have these cases that have those actions.
Yeah, Ivan.
We'll have a use case called login, another called check balance, another called transfer funds, and finally make payment. You can see that each of these use cases starts with a verb and reinforces an action that takes place. We also want them to be sufficiently descriptive. If this use case just said transfer, that'd be too vague. Finally, it's good practice to put your use cases in a logical order when possible. That's why we put login at the top. That's the first thing that will happen when a customer uses our banking app. The final element in use case diagrams are relationships. An actor, by definition, is using our system to achieve a goal. So each actor has to interact with at least one of the use cases within our system. In our example, a customer is going to log into our banking app. So we draw a solid line between the actor and the use case to show this relationship. This type of relationship is called an association, and it just signifies a basic or interaction. A customer is going to interact with the rest of these use cases as well. They're going to check balance, transfer funds, and make payment. So we'll draw solid lines out to each of those as well. Secondary actors. Remember, each actor.
Please mute yourself. Hello, please mute yourself. Echi.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Actor has to interact with at least one use case. So which use cases will the bank interact with? When a customer wants to check their balance on the app, the bank is going to provide the correct amount. Let's draw a line between bank and check balance. Similarly, when customer wants to transfer funds or make a payment, the bank is going to follow through with those transactions. Log in, because that process happens within the banking app. There's no need for the bank to actually get involved with the login process. There are three other types of relationships in addition to association. There's include, extend, and generalization. Let's build out this diagram with additional use cases in order to explain these types of relationships. When a customer types in their login information, our banking app is going to verify the password before completing the login process. But if the password is incorrect, the app is going to message. Two new use cases for verified password and display login error. When a customer wants to transfer money, our banking app is going to give them the option for their savings account. So we'll create two more use cases called pay from checking and pay from savings. Let's circle back to this verified password use case and talk about relationships again. How does verified password relate to the rest of the diagram? Neither of our actors are directly initiating this action. It's just immediately going to happen within our banking app every time there's an attempt to log in. This is an include relationship. An include relationship shows dependency between a base use case and an included use case. The base use case, the included use case. Another way to think of it is that the base case is a case order to that relationship, you draw a dashed line with an arrow that points towards the included use case. So in our example, login is the base use case and verified password is the included use case. Every time a customer logs in, our banking the included use case, and we write include in double chevrons. The next type of relationship is the extend relationship. An extend relationship has a base use case and an extend use case. When the base use case is executed, the extend use case will happen sometimes, but not every time. The extend use case will only happen if certain criteria are met. Another way to think of it is that you have the option to extend the behavior of the base use case. When you have an extend relationship, you draw a dashed line with an arrow that points towards the base use case. In our example, login is a base use case and display login error. Our banking app won't display a login error message every time a customer logs in. This will only happen once in a while when a customer accidentally enters an incorrect password. Since this is an extend relationship, with an arrow that points to the base use case and write extend between double chevrons. Hopefully, this thoroughly explains the difference between include and extend relationships. But just in case, here's a very basic example to help differentiate between the two. If you sneeze, you will close your eyes. That's an included relationship because it's going to happen every time. Additionally, if you sneeze, you might say, excuse me. That's an extended relationship because it supplements the sneeze, but isn't completely necessary in the sneezing process. Just remember that include happens every time, extend happens just sometimes, and don't forget that the arrows point in opposite directions. One thing is multiple base use cases can point to the same included or extended use case. For example, both transfer funds and make payment are going to point to verify sufficient funds as an included use case. We want our banking app to make this check every time either of these base use cases occur. You don't need to duplicate the verify sufficient funds use case. The simpler your diagram, the better. The last type of relationship we'll discuss is generalization, also known as inheritance. When you make a payment from our banking app, you can do so from either your checking account or your savings account. In this scenario, make a payment is a general use case, and pay from savings and pay from checking are specialized use cases. You could also use the terms parent and children. Each child shares the common behaviors of the parent, but each child adds something more on its own. To show that this is a generalization, we draw this type of arrow from the children up to the parent. You can have generalizations on use cases like we have here. You can also have generalizations with actors. In certain scenarios, you might want to distinguish between a new customer and a returning customer. You can make them both children to a general customer actor, which would allow you to have certain behaviors or qualities unique to each of these children. One last shape that we'll quickly talk about is a use case with extension points. You can see an example here. The name of the use case is above the line, and then there are extension points below the line. Extension points are just a detailed version of extend relationships. This use case shows that a customer can set up their profile in our banking app. And then these extension points show us that when a customer is setting up their profile, they'll have the option to navigate to a couple different screens. If a customer is confused, they can go to Profile Help. And if they want details regarding their private information, they can go to Privacy Info. Those extension points branch off to extended use cases. Go to Profile Help and show Privacy Info. We can even add a note to show what sort of conditions would lead to these extension points. Now we have a complete use case diagram with various elements that help explain what our banking app does. This is a very basic example, but remember that even complex systems should be restricted to a simplistic visualization of functionality, behavior, and relationships. If you'd like to take a closer look at this example, click on the card in the upper right-hand corner. You'll find this exact banking app example plus several other examples and resources. Thanks for watching this tutorial on UML use case diagrams. Please subscribe to our channel to see more helpful tutorials. Leave a comment below if you have any thoughts or questions. And lastly, click here to try Lucid Chart for free and start making your own UML diagrams.
Okay. Welcome back. That was a long one. I hope we've gotten one or two knowledge about PPMN and UML notation. You as a business analyst, or probably either, let's say you are as a business analyst, somebody has approached you that this is what I want to build. So you can use UML notation to okay, that's fine. you go to the YouTube channel to rewatch the videos, so that when you are doing your assignment, so that you can relate with it. So the UML and the UML notation, well, I don't know why I had the N and L, they are fighting in my mouth. So sorry. UML and UML UML. So it's a unified modeling language. So that one is useful, mostly useful for when you already have when you want to represent an application you want to build, either a website or a mobile application you want to build. But the business process modeling is just focusing more on the steps, I mean detailed step that will be involved in an activity, and more is tilting mostly to if you are representing a process more than if you want to build an application and you are now representing it. You can see the way the UML is being applicable to a mobile banking account, and I believe all of us were able to relate with its usefulness. So now the next thing that we are going to do now is that we are going to go on Lucid Chat to do some practical to practicalize some of these things that we've learned, and when we are doing our own assignment, so that we can get it better. So this is one of the key skills that a business analyst must possess. You must possess it as a business analyst. So now, where are we? Okay, I'm coming, please. Okay, so I will stop sharing this screen. And pardon me if so I want to share another screen. I don't know where I put it. Is it here? Okay. Okay, let me see. Okay. Just trying to look at something. Hold on, please. Okay, fine. Let me try to share it now. So this is you can see the screen right now. You can see the screen right now. So what is going to happen is that okay, I'm coming. Let me see. Oh, okay. So what is going to happen is that you need to create an account. Let me go back to, okay, this is, oh, if I try to change, you won't be able to see it. So let me, how can I, okay, I'm coming. I'm just trying to see. Okay, let me log out first. I'm logging out so that you can actually see. I'm not supposed to log out, but let me just let me sacrifice. So this is Lucy. Chat, you go to lucychat.com. Oh, and hold on. Okay, I think it's logging now. I should not supposed to log out, but I just want to let you know how it works from the onset to now. So let's assume this is the home page of Lucy Chat. This is home page. So I just want to quickly, okay, I'm not supposed to log out, so but I've done that. I'm coming. So okay, I want to share the screen back again. I'm coming, please. Hold on. Okay, it's trying to load. So, but before it loads, okay. So this is what I want you to see initially. www.lucidchat.com. So when you get there, you will create your account. Oh my God, this NEPA have taken away light now. Okay, so sorry about that, I interrupted you. So now this is a typical when you log in, when you get there. So this is part of there are so many tools that you can use. You can use Lucid Chat, you can use diagrams .net, you can use Microsoft Visio. So let me type it. Another one is www.diagrams.net. There is one Microsoft Visio. Okay, sorry. So Microsoft Visio. So these three are much popular. Please hold on a bit. Okay. Oh, sorry about the interruption. I needed to attend to one of my family members. So, as I was saying, so these three applications are popularly used for diagramming like this. So, but we are using Lucid Chat here. Lucid Chat is more, there is a free version. Diagrams.net, I think it's almost free, but there are limitations to it. Lucid Chat, you can create 3 free products in their on their free plan, but they could limit you when you try to develop something complex. So down it could happen at any time. See, but the user experience is key. As in, it's okay. That's why I'm using it. But you can switch to diagrams.net. That one is also free. Microsoft Visio, that one is the Oga Patapata, and is being used by the professionals that can afford, that can do the subscription. It's part of a Microsoft suite application. Having said that, so we are using Lucid Chat. So in this Lucid Chat, so this is assuming that we want to, here today, we want to model how bank withdrawal from an ATM transaction. That's what we want to look at, the steps that are involved. But like I mentioned, there are UML, there are BPN 2.0. So we'll be using BPN 2.0 under swim lane, and you tend to see what swim lane is all about the second time. So let's assume now this is you are just getting started. So this is you click on new, you click on Lucid Chat. Because we are just creating a blank project, you call it blank document. So, but because I already opened one before, let me just open it straight. Okay, if I even open it, it's going to load another interface. So we now, I know you can you can't see the screen. So let me stop sharing the old one. I don't know what is happening. Okay. Let me try to reshare it. I'm having technical issue here. That's the problem when you don't have a pre-recorded. Okay. So I'm coming. Let me try to see what I'm sharing. So is it what I'm supposed to share? Okay. So this is the page that I will be working with. Now, can you all hear me? If you can hear me, just unmute and say hi, so that I know I'm not talking to myself. Okay. Yes. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, fine. So this is the page that this is the page that we will be working on as regards to how we can represent our ATM transaction using UMN notation. I mean BPM notation. So when you look around this place that I'm putting arrow here, you can see BPN 2.0. But before I can remove it to let me just remove it. So now I can import it back. So I click on import data. I go to what's it called? Okay, I go to shapes. I click on shapes. Let me go back. So when I click on import data, when I clicked on import data, okay, import data, this is data. You can see this blue. It's under the data. It makes the data blue. So see what you can see, when you register, it's going to be asking you, the user, what you will be using it for. You can pick IT, you can pick any other thing. But I think I picked an IT. So, but now I need shapes to represent those flows. So this is the shapes now. So under the shapes, we have standard library. We have my library. Probably I have my own personal libraries of shapes, so I can import it from here. But now, from the standard libraries now, we have brainstorming idea, we have build flow chart, design UI. You can use this application for so many things. So many things. It's not about, it's not only being used by business analysts or designer or whatever. But this is it. You click on build flow chart, because it's like flow chart we want to represent. So now under the flow chart, you can click on BPN diagrams. You can see it now, BPN diagrams, or you just check it here. So it has been checked here. So you can see all these shapes again that I removed the other time. These are these same shapes. You click on use selected shapes. So you can see it's now here. It's now here. This is task. This is transaction. This is event sub-process. This is call activity, event, start event, intermediate event, end event, and some other this thing. But the one that I'm particularly interested in is that this diagram that I'm putting arrow on is called swim. This is called swim lane. This one is called pool, but sometimes we call it pool and swim lanes. So what is they are saying that they are being used to create a kind of environment for the process. Environment, a physical environment that is saying that, okay, this is the house of this house, this section houses. Okay, let me this is one. I've clicked on one, so I've dragged it to the main distance. So I hope you can see. So this is the pool. The bar on top is the pool. This is where this lane is called swim lane. This is swim lane. Another swim lane is the lane. Let's assume this is lane 1. Two. It means that there are two swim lanes here. So that you can. I'm coming, please. Okay. Oh, okay.
Hello, sir.
Okay. Hello, sorry.
Hello,
It's
sir.
hand. It has come back.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to follow you with my own system too.
Okay.
So that's a side of your laptop where the shapes are being showed. I can only see flowcharts and shapes. I can't find BPMN 2.0, like where you show the swim lane and blah blah blah.
Okay, you can see you can
The
see you can see shapes in use.
Shapes in what?
Shapes in use. I mean up here.
Exactly.
Okay. So go to import data.
Okay. Hey, reduce that. Hello, sir. Yes, sir.
Click on import data.
Yes, I have.
Let me
Then UML.
hold on. Okay. The UML, you can find the UML there. Once you've seen the BPN, right?
Should I click the UML sequence diagram?
Click on it. Under where there are standard libraries, you will see UML sequence something there. I think that's the last one there. You can see it there, or you click on under data. It's also there.
Yes.
So you guys will hold on. I'm trying to transfer the account to another browser. I think the Chrome is acting up, so and I want us to have a good good lecture experience. So
It is
let
saying
me.
it is saying I'm trying to access a premium feature that should upgrade, blah blah blah.
You're accessing a premium feature.
Yeah. I tried to import
No.
the UML sequence
No,
diagram.
you don't. No, I'm coming. Let me log in back.
All right, no
So
problem.
maybe just hold on a bit. I hope I. Hi, Nkechi. Are you following up with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to know so that it won't be only only us that is doing it. So I'm coming. I don't know why this thing is not. Okay, imagine results. I'm not sure if this thing is going to work effectively, but one time is already gone. Ah, I'm coming. Okay. It seems I'm achieving success. So we'll soon sometimes the Zoom is okay. I'm going to share my screen now. Okay, I want to share my screen now. Let me share it now. Hope am I'm not sure if this thing is going to. I'm coming. Okay, it's still sharing. Okay. Oh, okay. It's not it's not showing like the way. Okay, I'm back now. So this is, let me okay, I think I'll still need to stop sharing so that, let me open this. It's somehow, it's actually funny. Let me stop sharing this. It's actually funny the way this thing works, but we'll escape through. So let me reshare my screen now. Okay, can you all see my screen now? You can see my screen. Just type yes, or you want, just type yes. Okay. Okay, fine. So let's begin the process properly. So this is the one that we just imported in the other process. When you log in, when you create your own account, you selected either you're an IT person or something else person. So just follow the process. And but when you get to new, you click on that blue button. I can't show it again. When you click on that new, it's going to show you Lucidchart or Lucid Spark. Click Lucidchart and follow through. So under this import data, so like the one below here, you can import your data, but don't go there. Just go to shapes, because what we'll be using is actually shapes. So Abib was asking me the other time, so if you want to import your UML, I don't just want to to make that space clumsy, but let me just try it. So you click on, if you want to import UML notation, the one we first import are BPN notation. But if you want to import UML notation, you have to click on shapes, import data. You see recommended libraries, switch it to shapes. You see UML. There is UML here. You click on UML. Once you click on UML, this is UML. So it's going to populate and you select use selected shapes. I'm even going too much deeper. So here now, you can see that it's now being populated with UML class diagram. Aside the BPN 2.0, we are now having UML class diagram, UML component, UML deployment, UML entity, UML sequence, UML state or activity, UML use case. This UML use case is what was used for the UML that you watched, the second video you watched from that lady. This is the part, this is where you'll be using your UML. But because we are not going to that, I'm going to remove it again. I only showed you where you can get it. Just click on your import data, switch to shapes, scroll down, you will see your UML. Click on it, it's going to populate it. So I'm removing it again.
Okay, sir. Is that the same way we can import the BPM? Because the BPM is not showing directly on my own site.
And yes, that's the same way we import the BPM.
Okay.
Yes, or you want me to show the way I imported the BPM?
I can't even find it here, sir.
It's somehow tricky. Let me. I'm coming. So I'm removing the BPN now. If you can see my screen, you will see that the BPN is not showing. The only thing that is showing is the shape in use and standard. So I'm clicking on import data again. So you are still going to allow me to. So I've clicked on import data. Please kindly mute yourself. I've turned to shapes. So under the shapes, don't go to what's it called? Don't go and you can't find it here. The one that I'm scrolling here, you can't find it. You hear? It's actually tricky. You guys can't find it here. So you come to build flow charts. When you come to build flow chart, you can see the BPN diagrams. You click on it. So as I click on it, it has marked it here and here. So, and I select. So it's now back. So nothing below it. So this is the one we are going to be using. So Nkechi, do you have are you following with your laptop or something? You can't hear me. So I'm actually going to for a 2 to 3 minute break. I want to the source of power needs to be attended to. This is Nigeria. So once I come back now, so we want to just do the diagram straight and we call it a day. So we are leaving this place by 6:30.
No, he said we should give him some minutes because I think he wanted to want Jen.
All right, thank you.
So I'm back. I'm just need to what did that do? Man, it's all right, Moroti. Please hold on. Okay, I'm back now. I need to attend to the electricity. Okay. Okay. So, oh, you can follow up Nkechi's. Oh, okay. You can practice later. You can practice later. I will join again. I think I'm seeing 5 guys. Oh, Habibat Oladunjoy. Okay. Abiu. Okay. Let me focus. So as I was explaining, so this pool and swim lanes is representing, you can see 2 here, but let me click on it and try to, I can reduce it to 1. You are seeing 2 here. I can reduce it to 1. So you are seeing, I'm coming. So you are seeing 1 now. You are seeing pool and lane. This is now 1. I can turn it to 2. If you want to turn it, you see it is now 3 or 4. So, but that's not what we need. So for what we want to do, we need 1 up. So you can orientation, you can do it like this, you can do it like this, but this is what we need. So this is pool. This is number 1. This is you can name this ATM user. And you can use it, you can say ATM user, and this is 1. You go in there again. You go in there, you drag another one. This is because it comes in 2s, so you reduce it to 1. So you call this ATM machine. You call this ATM machine, or you can call it ATM machine. So let me remove this. So I'm removing the lanes. So you can see there are 2 separate swim lanes. Why it's being separate is that because ATM user is an entity. I mean, me as an ATM user, I'm an entity. ATM machine is also an entity. If, for instance, now, if let's say in an organization that you are representing, let's say in that organization there are 2 staff, you don't need to separate the swim lane. You just use it in 2s. But if somebody, for instance, now, if you are working in a, let's say you want to represent activities you want to order a pizza, and you have to communicate with 2 people from in Domino Pizza outlet, and you are not working in a Domino Pizza. So you have to represent the 2 staff in Domino Pizza with two swim lanes. I mean, all together, like the way you pick it here. The way you pick it here, you just drag it and you represent. And you now represent you as a buyer with a separate swim lane below it. But because this, like this one now, ATM user is a separate entity, ATM machine is a separate entity, and you represent them differently. So let me, the name of the project, ATM cash, I'm coming, cash withdrawal, withdrawal process. Kindly mute yourself, whoever that person is. So this is the title of the project, what we are doing now. So now I've labeled the two swim lanes, separate swim lane. So the next thing is that we are going to show how it gets started. So if you are getting started, you come to BPN 2.0 and you'll be playing around these shapes. As you are hovering on it, you'll be seeing what you need. This is the event. This is the start event. Start, or you can call it start only. So you can you see that? Can you see me? I'm sorry. Can you see the screen rather? Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir. We can.
Oh, okay. So that is start. You can actually write it within it. It depends. You can write it within it, but this Lucy chart, you can write it inside for a start, but you can write it for either I think diagram.net. You can write it. I've used it several times. So the ease of use for ATM user is that before you start writing, you can't just, and before you can start designing, it's good that you already write out all these processes on paper. You are just representing them. You are just transferring what is represented on paper to a diagram, a visual diagram, dramatic representation. So once you click on this, the arrow will, you just click and the arrow will follow. So the next thing is that, because if you want to withdraw in an ATM machine, the first process is that you slot in your card. So here now, this arrow now, this arrow, as we are here, what is happening? Wait, I just want to see. Okay, you click on task. You click on task. So this is the task. This task is that, you know, when we said the process, the task, and the steps. So this is a start. Because I want to withdraw from it my ATM machine. So I will say, so I'm slot in bank card, or let me say slot in bank card. That's the task that I'm performing at that stage. So after start, I'm slotting my card. That's the task. So another thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to represent. So this is what I was expecting. You don't need to be going and be dragging all the time. Another task is that after I slot in my bank card, we should know the next thing, because we are familiar with ATM transaction. The next thing is that what's going to happen? You can unmute yourself so that we can flow together.
Input pin.
Insert pin. So you click on, because this is a task, you click on task box again. So you say insert pin or input pin. So that's the next thing. That's the activity usual. So because you want to withdraw, when you insert PIN, it's going to present a dashboard saying change your PIN, check balance, withdrawal. So you can click on, okay, sorry, I'm sorry. So you can click on the arrow again. So you click on another task, because when you input your PIN, it's going to, the next thing is that you want to withdraw cash, because you already know what you want. Select, sorry, hold on. Select cash withdraw. So this is the next task. So what's going to be the next? Let me extend the, sorry. Okay, if you can undo, it has an undo if you do something mistakenly. So let me try to extend the swim lane. So here now, what's going to be the next task, major task? So it's going to ask you, some questions, but this is not, we don't want to go into too deeper. So select cash withdraw. The next thing is select amount. If I'm not seeing, no one is responding. So I will select amount that I want to withdraw. And the next thing is that I will receive the requested amount. So it's going to process it for me, and I will receive
It could
cash.
have asked you if it was current or savings.
Is it?
I said it could have asked you if it was current or savings account.
Yes. So we'll look at it from the ATM point of view, because the upper one are what activities that you are carrying out, and we are treating you as an entity different from ATM machine. It's ATM machine that will be asking you that. Select amount too. Select amount is like you are saying select amount. ATM could say select amount, but you are selecting amount. So, and because of, we don't want to go to be too deeper, so it might not be possible, but let's see the way it can be. Probably it will be possible from the ATM side. So cash received. So this leads to end. So this leads to the end of this is the end. Yes, this is the end, event end. So this is end, or you can say transaction end. Transaction end. So this is it. You know, when you select an amount, and there will be, there will be some processes that is going to happen, like is processing it, waiting time. When you select an amount, so I want to quickly what's it called, to remove this arrow. I will click small arrow here. So this is what's it called? This is intermediate, and you go to intermediate. Okay, this is intermediate because you are waiting, you are waiting, so you can just put a, so you can ATM, I mean waiting time or processing time. So it can be in between like this. This what we just carried out now. Or okay, before I start telling you all this, I'm just trying to show you the features of this Lucy chat, but it's something that you can do on your own. you can actually go through it, try to play around it so that you can understand it, how to use it better. So now I'm still going to make some corrections from what we just did. So what I did basically is that in order not to confuse ourselves, this is what a typical human being would do for when the person wants to withdraw from the ATM stand. So now, when you slot in your card, so there will be some communication between your card, which is you, representing you, and because you are the one directing your card, and the ATM and the bank itself. So in fact, you might even look at the bank itself as an entity, but let's just leave that one. Let's say ATM machine is representing the bank. So now you move down here, this is an arrow here, because when you slot in your card, the ATM will automatically request for a PIN. It's going to request for your PIN. Or let me just use request for your PIN. Or because it's PIN like this, so don't let us confuse that. PIN is not PIN for this is a personal identification number. So it's going to request for your PIN. So when it's request for your PIN, you can actually you can link it that okay, it communicates here. It communicates here. So now look at this arrow. You can see that it's a tick arrow. So you go here, because when you are communicating with other system, like I mentioned, you are an entity. ATM machine is an entity. When you are communicating to the other swim lane, you don't use tick arrow. You use the braking one. So like this one too, you use the braking one. So you are showing that it's not the same line of it's not the same arrow, because you are communicating across the board. So you can see that it has requested for your PIN. So what is going to happen? So it's going to validate maybe you are the owner or not. When you request for your PIN, so there will be some activities. Either the PIN is correct or incorrect. Are you agree with me? So this is when you now come to gateway. So this is your gateway. This is gateway. If I click on it now, you can see below. I'm clicking on it from the main BPN 2.0. You can see below. It's saying that this shape, this diamond shape, is a gateway, because you have to know difference between them. So this is a gateway saying either PIN correct or not. So let's assume that the PIN is correct. Let's assume that the PIN is correct. Okay. If the PIN is correct, I'm trying to write in between these things. Okay, insert text. Yes. I want to insert text. I'm coming, please. Coming. Add comment. I'm coming. I think I'm coming. it won't work. Don't worry. Let me just assume that okay, we have insert text here. So let's just insert insert pin. So insert pin. So it's supposed to be inside this gateway, but I don't know why it's not working. So this is insert pin. I'm coming so that we won't get confused. Okay, insert so insert pin. Let's assume this is okay, this is insert pin. So now when you insert here, I want us to be doing it together so that it won't be only me. So when you insert the pin, which is it's already the same, it's even the same thing. Well, let me just delete it, because insert the pin is not, you are not the one inserting the pin. So when you insert the pin, it will ask, is the pin correct? So it will ask if the pin correct. So this gateway is going to ask, is the pin correct? So if the pin is correct, that's yes. So here you write yes there. But if it is not correct, here you write no, and you can now reject the ATM will reject the card if it is no. And here I just want to do it before we progress so that it won't start another. Okay, so here you can actually, so the activity is that it's going to reject. I'm coming. Let me just drag it. So it's going to reject. So what is going to happen here? What the ATM will do, ATM machine will do, is that it will reject. It will reject the card, and the process can what? The process can end here. So the process can end here. So end, that is to say, you are no longer withdrawing. So I'm coming, let me change this one to, like I mentioned earlier, you change it because it's cross communicating. So are we following?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry about I wanted to put the text inside this thing, but it's not working properly. So when it will validate the pin, either it's correct or not, assuming that it is correct, so we know the next thing that is going to show us is going to display the dashboard to us. So these are activities being conducted by ATM machine. So it will display menu. It will display menu. So when it display menu, so you can say, okay, it will be linked to here. So don't forget to change it to this kind of arrow. So that's when it display menu, that is when you can select cash withdrawal. So inside, remember that when it displays menu, please unmute yourself. So
Sorry, sir.
when you display, yeah, no problem. let me even check if others are following up, because I've not checked. Okay. Okay. So I'm coming. So under the display menu, that is where you can select your display menu. Under the display menu, it can probably, let me, because of the question you asked the other time. So I'm going to do another one. Because we want to withdraw cash, that is the goal. So let me say, for Nigerian sake, savings, or okay, let's say account type. So that, no, let's use savings or current. Abi?
Yeah, account type is not, but it's not bad.
It's not bad, but you know our way of doing things in Nigeria. So account type. So this is it. So here now, what are going to happen is that you can now group this kind of activity together. You use this grouping tool. You use it. You just use it to cover it. Let me try to. So you are categorizing it that that they are the same thing. You can say, okay,
Sir, please,
what can we name?
where did you get the grouping from?
Okay, yes, go to BPN 2.0 again. The fourth line. The broken one. So right. You can use it to group and say, what's it called? Okay, dashboard, ATM dashboard. ATM dash. Okay, sorry. What is happening? So dashboard, ATM dashboard. That's the grouping. So you can, because of the arrow, the arrow I did it from the, so you put it, you shift it up. You shift it up. So the arrow is not starting from the display menu again. It's now for the two. So you select your savings or current account. Then the next thing is that it will display amounts. In fact, we can even extend this. Let's extend this and say,
sir, sorry. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
I noticed that the arrow is not moving from, like you said, it's not moving from display menu to the select cash withdraw anymore. Yes. How did you do that? I can't do that here.
No, I light on it. It's okay. Abiba and Nkechi. Are you following us?
So yes, I'm following. I was unable to try it because of network.
Oh, okay. Nkechi, is it the same thing? Okay. If all of us we are together, fine. So let me just extend it. So what we just highlight on it and try to push it from the bottom.
Okay.
You'll be able to do
it. I got it.
So so I want to have highlighted the grouping now. So I want to actually do something. So here now, I can do this. I can put some tax this thing. So here, we can say savings or current account. If you click on savings or current account, it's going to display amounts.
Yes.
Display amount. Okay. So display amount. So you can see display amount here. So all this, let me try to, I'm removing it so that it's going to be nice. Oh, sorry. I just want to put an arrow. Either a broken arrow here. So you can see, so ATM dashboard. In that, it will first display a menu whereby change password and some other things will be there. Sorry, there is something has happened here. So which I need to, oh, sorry. Hold on a bit. There is something that has happened, but how will I, and this is the problem of this thing. But let me just put it here. Let me just put it as if it's okay like this so that you guys can see it. So the pin is correct, yes. And so this is the ATM dashboard, and this person has actually select cash withdraw. So the next thing is that the person will select an amount. You know, there is something that is going to happen. There will be validation of the amount.
Yes, sir.
Are you agree with me here? So there will be that the ATM will validate the amount that the person selected. So I will need to do some extension. What I did earlier, I will need to also extend it. So that's the issue of this thing. You will have done something when you get, you will discover that the space is not enough any longer. So in this area, let me try to, I want to quickly move this up. I will remove this. So let me try to remove this. Oh. Okay, I'm just trying to extend the stuff so that it will be more clearer from what I did. Okay, so let me even remove this. So here now, we are trying to, what's it called? Extend this, select, when you select the amount, it's going to validate. So there will be an arrow down here. There should be an arrow down here. I'm coming. There should be an arrow down here. Oh, sorry, what's happening now? Okay, fine. So this is an arrow. I want to reduce the arrow. Okay, so task, go to task, pick a task, drag it, and put it inside this thing. So you can see that. Let me just even remove the arrow first. So this is what's happening now. Okay, so I just want it to be in line with the other one. So this is a task. So the ATM will check for what? It will check customer's account, ATM, or let me say check customers account for sufficient funds. For sufficient fund. So this is typical thing that is going to happen. So because this is going to happen, so you put the arrow there and you try to ensure that it's broken because it's communicating. But you know, when it selects, the customer is at that select amount, the customer is communicating with the bank. In fact, at this place too, you can say, well, you can leave the arrow to up, or you can leave it down. It depends. So when you select the amount, So it's going to validate the bank, the ATM will validate with your bank. Do you have sufficient fund? That is where we are thinking that, okay, can we add bank to it? But that is not necessary to know me. We shouldn't make it complex. So when you now do that, it's going to say either sufficient fund or insufficient fund. Let's assume that, okay, you want to, where should I put it? Should I, okay, let me just, because of simplicity, so let me use gateway. So let's assume you ask, the sufficient fund in terms of question. Let's say we are thinking that, okay, I'm coming, there is something. Okay, the error has gone. So this is a gateway. It's saying that sufficient fund. If it is yes, so here, if it is yes, let's say it is yes. So it's going to what? It's going to release the money. So if it is yes, but if it is no here, so it will reject. Let's assume, sorry, I'm trying to hold on a bit. So this is a task. It's saying it will reject what? It will reject your request.
Just request.
Reject the card. So it will just reject the card, and or saying insufficient fund. Sorry, insufficient. What has happened? Okay, insufficient fund. Either it reject the card or say insufficient fund. So this is a typical way that, and when let's say it's say insufficient fund, I'm not sure it's going to reject the card. What do you think? What do you guys think? If I put my card, I think it will only say insufficient fund. If there is, let's assume I put in 100,000, I do not have 100,000 in my account. It's going to say insufficient fund.
Yes, sir.
So it won't reject the card.
Sorry.
So it won't reject the card. So let us reject the card. So it's going to, so what's going to happen is that it will now take us back to display menu. Sure you get. But let us so let us leave that one first. Let's assume, let's be positive. It is, we have what's it called? There is money, there is sufficient, right? So this place is no. Let me just, when you want to write a text, just click on in between the arrow where you want to write the text. It's going to display where to write it. It's just so so funny that I can't put text inside the gateway. So so when you select the amount, when the sufficient amount is sufficient, what's going to happen? The ATM will dispense I'm coming. I just want to extend this. So it's going to display dispense cash rather. Coming. So dispense cash. So this is what is going to happen here, and the cash, the customer will receive the cash. So let's assume now that, okay, I've selected the amount, and because I do not have, I will have, let us show something. This an arrow. What is going to happen? I select the amount, and I'm supposed to receive the requested amount, right? That's the normal thing.
Yes, sir. Sir, did you cancel it
Save.
before? It was there before.
Yes, I canceled it because I want to extend this thing, the swim lane, so that it won't clumsy. So that's the issue of this thing. Receive the cash. So this is what's going to happen. And you know, here I made mention of something. I made mention of something. I said because this thing is, because this, yes, you get it. You get it. So in between, let me just remove this arrow. So it's an intermediate event. So it's an intermediate event. So here now, let's say this is an arrow here. Hey, unmute yourself. Please mute yourself. This is an intermediate event. So you click on this, and you go up here. There will be intermediate here. There is start, there is intermediate, there is end. So you click on intermediate, and you click on timer. So this is intermediate event. So you can say ATM processing time. So ATM processing time or transaction processing time. So you can now connect this. When you connect this, the next thing is that you want to say transaction. Here you can say once you receive the cash. So transaction end. This is the end transaction end, or you can say stop, but professionally transaction end. So that's the end. So now let's connect. Let's connect when the ATM dispense the cash to, I'm coming. So you can actually do like this. So please don't forget to not to broken it, because so you've connected it, and that is it. So now here, the one that, assuming that it's an insufficient fund that happened, that we do not have that amount of money, so it's just say insufficient fund, and it will take us back to where?
Display amount.
Display amount. So automatically it will take us back to display amount, but because of, let me try to, I'm coming, because it's a group, I want to reduce the arrow, although it's supposed to touch it normally, but because I've used the activity group, so that's how it will lead back to display amount. So this is the flow of the, I'm coming, let me try to okay, I'm trying to see the way I can expand this thing. Okay, so this is, so now let's look through this stuff. You know, when you slot in your card, and the ATM request for your PIN, and you enter your PIN, you know, it's not supposed to be direct something because there's an intermediate like intermediate event there. So when you, how will I call it? Okay, now like this one now, insert pin to select cash withdrawal. There should be a break here or an intermediate in what's it called? Intermediate
A process time. So.
activities.
Okay.
Yeah, like the process time that should be there, or you just ignore it, and because this supposed to be, there should be a waiting time here, and you, okay, sorry, I've forgotten to check it. So this is the select cash withdrawal. So there should be in an intermediate, because before you can withdraw, before you can select withdrawal, there is a processing time. So you can put it there or you can leave it, but it's good when you put it. So, but for me, I will say I want to put it, but I won't let it touch the select cash, because it's the ATM. It's not automatic that the process will go straight. I don't, maybe you get what I'm trying to say. This, in fact, this arrow too.
Yes, I do.
This arrow too not supposed to connect, because if you slot in your card and ATM will request PIN and you insert your PIN, there is something that happened. Like, it's not like when you insert your PIN, you just insert your slot in your card. It's not that there is no request at the background, but if you put it there, it's still okay. But in order to make it readable, understandable, let us leave it. But here I'm going to, because insert PIN to withdrawal, there are so many activities there. So this is an intermediate this. So you put what's it called? Timer. There is something. So processing time. So it's processing the PIN that you inserted. So when the PIN is correct, we assume that the arrow is coming from the insert PIN into the PIN. The PIN is correct, so it will display. So it means that it has connected back into the task that we are doing, and from there I can select the amount, because there is no any other processing. I select the amount, I select cash I want to withdraw, and I select the amount. So here there will be, so where the reason why that this one is not linking to this is that there are some other activities that happened with the ATM user. A break activities that goes to the activity that goes to the ATM user. You can connect it with when it's checking the custom, when it's displaying the dashboard, with when it's checking the customer's account. So that's why it's not, we can connect it together. I
So
hope that
it's not going to get connected with the cash withdrawal. Wow.
Yes, it's not going to connect with the cash withdrawal. So, like, the way it's not connecting directly with select cash, but at that point, because it's human being, there is waiting time there, or we can call it processing time, or we can say waiting time, so that since we are not the one processing it, let's say waiting time. So here now, there's supposed to be another break in between select amount and received an amount. But share you all get. So let's remove this arrow again, because this dispense cash has connected back to the receive the cash here. So it's not that it is lost. It is the ATM that is working to dispense the cash, but the customer is just waiting. And if you could remember, that's the way we'll be waiting until it's do and give us our cash. When it starts doing, I mean the sound that is coming up, we'll be happy, we'll feel relaxed and say, okay, the money is coming out. We soon get the money. But you know, at that point we are at a stage that we can either get we're unable to dispense cash. You know, it could be funny. So this is the transaction end. So this is the way. So because as it is now, sometimes you could try to change the color. No, I think, oh no, okay, this one is not is you can't change the color here. Is inside the diagrams.net that you can change it. So this is the flow representation of ATM machine and ATM cash withdrawal. Let me delete this. So let's write the ATM cash withdrawal process. So you can actually write here. So or process mapping or process modeling. So this is it. So having done this, this is the end. This take it to the end of our representation. So when you represent this kind of a thing, it might not be meaningful to you, but if you send it to your boss that is not even that is not familiar with the process, you'll be able to follow up with the flow of the diagram and look at it and say, okay, this is the way this thing here is, this is this, and you'll be able to read the diagram and so they can make use of it. So I think if I'm not mistaken, oh, let's say, I think they are okay. So another thing that you can actually do, so you can actually change the color, probably change the color of, I hope you guys can see the way I'm changing it. Okay, Chi, are you with me? Are you with me, ma'am? Oh, okay. So you can change the color here. It depends. So that it will contrast with the other one, with the other system. So if somebody sees it, they will know that, okay, this is for a kind of an actor, because there are two actors here. You as an actor, you are withdrawing, and the ATM machine is also an actor. So you can differentiate with color coding here and say, okay, this is my representation. So, and you can leave the second one either with default color or with the way it is. So this is it. So if you what's it called? So everything is being saved automatically.
Excuse me, sir. Where are you going to change the color? You highlight?
You can't find it. Yes, this is the
go to but I'm not getting it.
Okay, you see the go up after the BIUA. I mean the normal letter, bold,
Yes, I can see it.
italics.
Yeah.
Yes, you can see that dispenser. I
Few
mean
color.
heater, fill color.
Okay.
So yes, that's, you just click on it. It's going to bring multiple color.
And you pick any color. Okay.
And you pick any color of your choice, and you highlight all these activities and events and everything, and you highlight it one by one, and that's all. So what else that I want to make mention of? So this is the way you represent an activity. Either you just want to understand what is happening in the process. So in the assignment that I'm going to give out now, time has really gone, so we need to round up right now. So okay, if you want to, this is file, so you can save it, you can duplicate it here. You just come to file and you save it, or you do any other thing you want to do. You import it, you print it, and every other thing. But what I did not tell you is that, I've clicked on this slot in bank card. So there is something we call, this is a task. It has highlighted it. But which type of task? So is it a manual task? When you slot in a card, that is a manual task. So you can see there is an hand shape there. Here too is also a manual task because you are the one doing it. So majority of ATM withdrawal is a manual task. So you'll be putting your, so this one, so where is the, something has happened though. Oh, okay. No. Is the hand here that I was trying to.
What happened?
No. I didn't see the hand here when it's reject the card in a situation that the pin is not correct. The in the unusual end. I mean, in a situation that is no money in the card. So I didn't see it earlier. So the request pin. So request pin, you can say here, this is a kind of task that it send out message. So in terms of this, this is a task, right? It's not a sub process. So because you are sending message, if you are sending message, it's going to be something like this, envelope. So if I'm receiving message, because I have to there could be an activity in between, but let's just assume. But insert pin could be, is a use case word. I don't know, I don't want to confuse it. It's a use case situation. So you can receive the message here. It's been sent from the request pin. When ATM is requesting pin, so it's sending you a message, and you are receiving the message. So it is now this is the sign that you're going to represent that this is you have received a message from the ATM. So here too, you can display menu. You can probably leave it at this, or this manual. You can even change it to user, because it's user that is performing it. Yes, user is the correct one. Put it here, as in I've changed the manual to user because it's user that is performing it. It's a manual task, but it's also a user that is performing. But I think user is more appropriate than using a hand. Yes, we know it's hand that we are using to slot in the card, but it's user that is doing it holistically. So having done that, so these are the things that you can probably try out yourself. So like receive the cash, like this one now, you can say this is kind of so so all these ones, okay, fine. All these insufficient fund, if it is no, you know, it's a business rule. It's a business, oh, sorry, how would I put business rule? I want to introduce business rule to you here now. Business, okay, business rule, business rule, business rule. Okay, let's assume that you are not using your bank card. You are using, okay, you are using your bank card. You are an access card holder, but you are using it with access. So the business rule will say that, so you can go here and say this is sub event sub process. It's not a process on its own. So you can say maybe it's not that ATM will not say it, but you already know. Deduction, extra deduction, bank. Sorry, we will soon round up bank charges. I'm just saying, playing an hypothetical scenario. This is not a process; it's a sub process. So you come here and you pick business rule. Business rule is saying that if business rule is like something that must occur, because if it is not occur, somebody can be doing something irrationally. I don't know. If for instance, if you order Uber and if you order Uber, the business rule should be that if the Uber guy get to your place and you didn't show up after so amount of time, maybe after 10 minutes, that the Uber guy has arrived, they start charging you. So they will add the charge to the ride when the ride begins, the waiting time with the ride when the ride begins. So that's a business rule. Am I communicating?
Yes, you are.
Yes. So that's the business rule. So like this one, this bank charges, this diagram that is there is called business rule. And this is a typical example. If I'm withdrawing from another bank, they're going to charge me money probably after 3 times of using the card in other ATM machines. Other bank ATM machines. So it's a business rule and it must apply. If it is going to apply in what you are going to the process, put it there. If it is not, leave it. So I think that comes to the end of the of our class. Let me just change it back to white. So this is business rule. So if you want to import it or anything, so you can do it. I've showed it rather. From save, any other thing you want to do, you can do it. So import diagram to Visio. There is Visio here, draw.io. Okay, draw.io is now diagrams.net. I remember. So draw.io has changed name to diagram.net. So is there any question from anyone before I stop sharing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
hear
I think
me?
I will.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, firstly, I want to really appreciate your effort. Seriously, you did a lot for us, like taking us through this hands-on. Like, I really appreciate. Although the network really did me bad, but I was able to get the whole concept. So I just have
Okay.
few questions asked.
Okay.
So the first is, can you please let me to just drag it to that ATM dashboard?
ATM dashboard. Okay, part. Okay.
Yes,
I'm coming.
under say cash withdrawal. So I was thinking that the arrow, Like rather than going up, can't it like calm down? Because after selecting cash withdrawal, I feel that's when we have all these processes, right?
Okay. It's supposed, because what is going to, it could have been down. If it is down, we have to put arrow here. It is something that is a two-way thing. When I was explaining the other time, I said that the arrow could come from up or down.
Okay.
But because why is tilting towards up is that if you look at the pin correct here and it say yes, so that's when it display the menu. I think that's why it is supposed to be up, because you are continuing from when the ATM asks is it pin correct, and it is correct, so it will automatically display menu, and from there you can now see the next thing to do. So because it's coming from, it's a continuation of a flow from the ATM side, and it must link back to the what's it called, to the process, to the swim lane. So there are some things that okay, continue.
Okay, so under that display menu, we have a lot of options that we could pick. So is there a way we could have all those options in our diagram, or it has to be a one-line process? Like rather than just having the cash withdrawal, we could have check balance, we could have change pin and all, like in our diagram. Is it possible?
Yes, this one is for you to withdraw money.
Cash withdrawal.
A cash withdrawal. So if you want to do for with a cash check balance, you tweak it into check balance process. If you want to change PIN, if you want to transfer fund, it's even good. You can practice with all those multiple sub processes. I mean, when I say sub processes, I mean that's not what ATM is meant for. ATM is to what? Is to withdraw cash, for you to be able to withdraw
transfer.
Cash. Or transfer, yes, yeah. Either you withdraw or you transfer. But majority use it 80% to withdraw cash. That is what it's meant for.
So my last question.
Okay.
Okay,
continue.
Sir. So at the beginning, I was trying to follow, but the network, like, I went off. So I couldn't see where you were able to get that process box. Like, where did you pick it from? Is it this undefined process or predefined process? Is that what you picked at the beginning?
Process box. I don't know.
No, I mean the main box for each of the process, like this ATM user and the ATM machine. The process box before we started inserting the various
the swim lane, the swim
lane, the swim lanes. So the swim lanes, this is the swim lanes. I just click on it now. You see the dark green. You've seen it. So you just click on it and you drag it, into the area. So what I explained there, you got the explanation, right?
No, I was off at that time.
So what happened there is that automatically, when you click on it, it comes in twos. As in, if you click on it, it will come out the way it is here. It will come out, so you can separate it when you want. I don't want to spoon feed you. When assuming you are doing something fresh, just drag it. If you want to have just one, as in a standalone one, ATM user, there will be a place where you can change it to at the upper part, all this area of bold, italics, and co. You will see where you can change it to one. If you look carefully, you will see it.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So you can change it to 1, you can change it to 3, you can change it to 4. Sure you get. But the lanes will be many, will become multiple or shrink, and the pool is that green bar that one is the pool. Will just keep on increasing or decreasing. So that is all. If there is no, in the absence of other questions, let us go straight to our assignments. So so let me stop sharing. So these assignments are meant, if you don't do the assignment, there are no certificates for you. So if you don't do your assignment and what's it called? This thing is not teaching, no be smart thing.
Sir.
Hope you didn't hear me, Sha.
I heard you. Then.
Okay.
But I didn't hear
So
anything. What did he say?
He said teaching a bit smart thing.
So
Yeah, you really tried. You tried.
This is assignment 2. So you can see that when I made mention that if our company you have paid 50,000 naira for this training, it's worth it. But let's just do what we are doing right now. So
I have a question for the assignment, please.
Okay.
You know, okay, doing on our flow chart, the exercise we just finished from, user and the ATM machine are two different operations. Let me put it that way. So that's why we were changing the swim planes to just one, right? So
what do you say?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
I'm saying, like, when we're choosing the swim plane, because
the swim lane.
The swim lane. Sorry, thank you. Because the ATM user and the ATM machine, like, they are two different operations. That's why we have them separately, one. Like, can you give an example on a scenario where you can have like the two together, three, and like that?
I've mentioned it. I said that probably you want to order a food from an eatery, or you probably want to buy a pizza from Domino Pizza, for instance. You are not working at Domino Pizza, you are a customer. But when you get there, either Domino Pizza or a restaurant, they are going to give you a menu. And you are going to look at that menu, and the process will flow from there. So if you want to represent it, it might not be only one person that will attend to you in that Domino Pizza. It might be two persons.
Okay, yeah,
you get. So
I do.
So the two guys that will be attending to you there, you group them together, as in the way the swim lane used to come out. When you drag it, you leave it there, and you represent each person's activity. You treat that one them in two. So you that you are a customer, you represent yourself with a separate swim lane. So it's now be two together,
one separate.
Yes.
You hear me? Thank you, sir.
All right. This is this assignment for business modeling process. In a bid to meet the target percentage by year 2030 on financial inclusion goals in the rural areas by the Central Bank of Nigeria, that is accessibility to cash and the ability for the unlettered customer, ease of ATM operations, withdrawal, transfer, but we are focusing on withdrawal, or you could do transfer too. You could do transfer. Since we've done withdrawal, you could do transfer. A dam bank, if there is any bank like that, has approached your software development agency to help them write a programming software application to be installed in their newly imported ATM machines around the country. Being the junior business analyst in the team, the lead business analyst handling the project has assigned to you to map out existing ATM withdrawal operation by the lettered customers. Expectation. You are expected to map out the process flow using BPM techniques of your choice, either swim lanes or use case diagram. Or use case diagram. But swim lane is highly recommended. You are to convert one process flow into a tabular form. Process, task description, and steps involved. So that is, so int 3 columns table format, and you sign up for a Lucidchart account. So for
Sir, could you please help us to copy and paste it on the chat?
yes. Sorry. Procedure for submission will be communicated. So this is coming. There are some people that are supposed to join, and I'm just seeing their messages now, and I'm perturbed because I can't go back teaching this. It's not even, in fact, if you give me 50,000 naira, I'm not sure. If you give us 50,000 naira rather, I'm not sure I'm going to go back and teach this for now. I mean, for this session. So if you miss a class, you miss it, and you can't go back. So I've pasted it so you can look at it. So if you've seen it, copy it, and we are ending the session in 3 minutes time.
I'm coming. I want to connect my laptop. I might disconnect.
Okay.
I'm coming, sir. I'm coming, sir.
So
Tell the Lord I'm coming, sir.
What's going to happen is that I don't know if Adinbio, you guys you are here. I'm thinking probably if I'm chance in the office on Friday, probably we could do on Friday, and another one on the last class on Sunday, because that Saturday, next week Saturday, I'll be occupied. So, and there is no one that can continue like this because every other people are busy actually. So what I might communicate on that. And another thing is that you made mention of probably we have a group. I think that's what you mentioned at the beginning of today's class. You mentioned that you can have a group, a WhatsApp group whereby we can communicate with each other. So I think it's a good one. So I'm going to look at that. So probably I will add you guys into the group later tomorrow, maybe at my leisure time in the night, or I could still do it tonight, but I think I'm tired already. So
It is a. I think you have all our numbers, right?
Yes, I have you guys' number. Yes, I have it.
All right. Cool.
So you can, I will think about it and see, but it's something that I'm definitely going to do. Yes, I'm going to do it, but it's going to it might not be tonight, but probably the
No
next
problem.
24
You
hours.
try.
So,
Working on
so we've come to the end of the class for today. So either it's going to happen on Saturday, so we'll reach agreement on the group chat. But Saturday is fixed that I'm not going to be available. So in the absence of no other questions, we call it a day. See you on, okay, someone is chatting before I leave. Oh, okay. Okay, bye.